Hello and welcome to Fragmaster's Frox Friday. That's a mouthful. The endurance special with the Formula XR at Fern Black in Live for Speed, celebrating the completion of the 13th season of the Fox Friday series. And joining me in the commentary box tonight, we've got a packed commentary box. We've got Chris McElroy behind the scenes. We've got Owen Harmon, Zdenek Sagash, and Andy Alston joining us for his first LFS broadcast. Welcome along, gents. We'll start with you, Andy. Looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely, Pete. Yeah, it's great to be here, and what an event we've got in store at this one. A great combination of the full 4.1 mile layout at Fern Bay and a Formula XR car that's great to drive, so certainly looking forward to this one.
Zdenek, you joined us after a long absence from the commentary box. How are you doing? It's going to be fun, this one.
Well, I'm doing as good as I can. It's going to definitely be fun. If you look at the lettering of this combination in LFS, it spells FA4R, which if you can read it with the number as A, it spells fear, and there's a lot to be afraid of for the drivers, even in Fox. So there will be definitely some fun to be had tonight.
There will indeed. Owen, we're driving the Fox at Fern Black. It's a massive challenge, the 2-litre inline-4 mid-engined rear-wheel drive car. Tell us about it, and what are your thoughts about the event?
Yeah, I'm very excited as well to be joining everyone here today. The Fox, as it's known, it's a very lightweight car. You'll certainly feel, despite that low horsepower in theory, it's going to be very agile, very quick. The drivers will be certainly put through their paces through the Fern Bay layout, as Zach said. Very scary corners, particularly the first chicane, turns 2 and 3. The sweepers, turns 6 and 7, extremely tight, even if you're going at high speeds. And the high attendance should deliver a heck of an event for our Fox Friday special.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of teams that have qualified for this event. As you can see on the screen, it was Team Sidus, it was Gabor and Sami Lipmanen who took pole position. Yes, you heard right. Sami Lipmanen has returned to LFS to drive in this special race. We have had the call from the race control that we're going to have 1 minute until the start of the race. So it's going to be straight into this one. I absolutely can't wait. I'm sure everybody else in the commentary box is eager as well. Let's just show you the rest of the qualifiers. There are 29 drivers and teams that are going to be competing in this. Some of them on their own, and some of them, as you can see there, with the 91 Furtive Divine team, with 2 entries. We've got a lot of names on this grid. We're going to go through them as we focus on them during the race. But yeah, we are going to have a standing start with all of these guys heading down towards turn 1. Which is a pretty scary prospect at Fern Black, as you can imagine. So strap in. This is going to be around about 4 hours, we reckon, and there's going to be a number of strategies that the drivers can use throughout the race. It's going to be a fun one, boys. Let's do it. Owen, you're probably the most versed at the moment in kind of what FM are doing, and yeah, this is going to be a milestone for them. We've got a grid of cars waiting for us. Here we go. And we're getting ready for the start here. Here come the lights, and we are away, boys.
Just a big getaway. Gabor from pole position. Has to hold off TJ, Igor, and Rick 98. See what happens. Oh, enormous lag.
Big crash bike. We're gonna have a restart here. This will be an aborted start. Absolutely no doubt about that. I would expect so anyway. We are currently running for the moment. It's Fnatic who's got the early lead, but I would be very surprised if we don't have a full restart. Complete restart coming up.
Yeah, that's a shame. All excitement there. And just an enormous amount of lag, as if it was a bit of aquaplaning. It feels like that was literally an aquaplaning moment. But yeah, we'll try again.
Okay, here we go for the second attempt, ladies and gents. Hopefully no lag on this attempt. Very unusual, that has to be said. But we are going to be going racing here today. And here come the lights. It's Gabor on pole position for the Sidus team. Here come the lights. We are green. as the 28 cars thunder their way down to turn 1 once again. And it's a better start for sure. Let's see as all the cars make their way down into the hairpin.
Yeah, top 3 or 4 hanging on in there. If anything, Fnatic having got Rick 98 into the chicane.
Yeah, Onifus has had a half spin. He's dropped way down the order. That's the most notable change at the back. But so far, so good. TJ now crowding the back of Gabor's car now and heading down towards the bridge section. He'll have a good slipstream out of this corner, Owen.
Yeah, this is a big moment here. See what could happen here. The Sidus car having to weave in and out to defend the position. But TJ has to hang on in second place. Oh, a slide there for Gabor, but he's held it.
Yeah, no movement at the moment on this lap. Everyone seems to be just settling into it. Of course, we've got a really long race here tonight, much longer than the normal 2-hour Fox Friday event. Side by side here, we've got Dims, number 44, leading this little group. Onifus not with a good start. P16, he's dropped all the way down. He's going for a big send here on Donny. It's side by side, but Donny keeps the position for now.
Yeah, heart and mouth moment there, going at such speed into a sweeping corner, and thankfully no contact was made. You see Beppo there in 25th position. He has to chase down Zedafral's LG Mies, who is a friend of ours for Ronnie's Tuesday Fun Race.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've got a spinner there. Who's that? That was Fnatic. Yeah, he's rejoining, so he's going to lose a ton of places here. He's going to be outside the top 10, is he? No, he rejoins there in P8, but a very early mistake from Fnatic. Yeah, my goodness me. We have still got 28 cars running, which is remarkable considering what happened at the first attempt at this race start. But it's TJ who has opened up a slight gap over his teammate. They were quite close together before, but Gabor is opening up that advantage at the front, almost a second now as we head on to lap 2 of 100.
Quite a fantastic first lap after the restart was declared. So Zesty, they're going a bit high out of the first corner, and Doc is through. Yeah, they sweep through those chicanes again. Let's see if there's any give through these very quick corners. If you think the drivers will lift here, it's not going to be, it's going to be a tiny lift if anything, or else they'll lose too much time.
Yoni Katila entered this event fairly late and qualified slightly down the order, but he is making his way up in the Alfa Romeo livery here. The number 30, he's entered this event on his own, currently in P9, so he's broken into the top 10, gents, and he's going to be a car to watch out for. He'll probably end up, eating up a few of the positions ahead of him. We've got a 3-wide situation here with Guy, Dims we're following with, but Guy goes through the chicane and dropping down there. Pablo managed to get past 2 cars there for Furtive Racing.
It's a heck of a show there for Pablo. If he can carry on this momentum there in his Williams, I'd be very impressed. You can see a Christian, Fragmaster Christian, has a chase on Magrillo here, just crossing the next sector line. Going just behind is that. It's Doc again, I think, or Zesty. Yeah, Zesty versus Doc. See if there's a challenge on there. Iron Donny also in contention.
Yeah, extremely difficult to follow around here in the Fox. This car is generating quite a lot of downforce, and therefore when you're following this car closely, you can lose a lot of grip. As we've got Onifus now going for a challenge on Donny down into the final sector. Not quite able to get it done. And he turns Donny round. Donny goes into the barrier then. And front end damage then for Donny very early on. Not what that either of them wanted, but yeah, Onifus just getting a little bit too close for comfort. Donny will be able to carry on with that for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be investigated by the stewards, because this didn't look like avoidable incident.
It's quite interesting though, isn't it? We're 3 laps in the race, and you'd expect drivers to make a couple of moves in the opening lap, but we are still seeing lots of fighting throughout the field. And the interesting thing for me as well in particular is this first sector here as well. You know, it's very, very fast, lots of sweeping corners. It gives you an opportunity to really close down, use a bit of the slipstream to your advantage here as well. But what's also fascinating for me is we have a gap of almost 1.5 seconds at the front. So a couple of interesting storylines beginning to develop here, including this, the number 30 car here, a solo entry as well, driving 100 laps around this circuit on your own is very, very impressive indeed.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Yeah, a lot of the drivers are doing this one solo, of course. That's another place for Joni Katila, the young Finn, who we expect to close up to the front of the grid, honestly. One of the drivers who will absolutely move up. Guy's had an issue. He's dropped all the way down to 27th, number 13. But at the front, as you said, Andy, 1.5 seconds Gabor has opened up, which is not really a surprise. I know you're new to the grid here, but Gabor and Sami Litmanen are quite a duo. And yeah, we will see what happens.
Yeah, for me it was kind of a pleasant surprise in the first 3 laps that none of the chicanes has taken any victim, because they are notorious for taking lives, especially if you take them at full throttle at a high speed in these cars.
Absolutely. And yeah, Gabor is going to continue to open up that gap. He has lost a 10th or so in the last couple of sectors to TJ, but let's see what it is as they head across the start-finish line. And yeah, we have to make it clear that normally in Fox Fridays it's a much shorter event normally, and the drivers only have to, well, the drivers normally only have to make one stop. You have to use just over 100% fuel in a traditional Fox Friday. But tonight, we're going to expect the drivers to make at least 3 or 4 stops. Most people are going to go for 4 as a safer option, splitting the race into 5 stints. A very, very short stint at the end, mind you, but that is probably going to be the most common strategy for a safe race. Tyre strategy, R1's on the front and R2's on the rear. It's probably going to be the more aggressive strategy, and we may see, well, we'll have a look at see what the different drivers are doing as we get settled into the race. Some drivers might elect for an R1 strategy, and R2 is on the table as well, but R1 R2 probably the most common. Owen McGreer's having another go at Zesty. These two have been locked together since the beginning.
Yeah, it's an intense contest. No give for these two. And then Doc as well, number 25. Interested to see if he can split these two up after all. Yeah, through the middle sector it is extremely quick. Just one right-hander that will really keep the drivers sharp. Otherwise they'll be hitting the giant wall. You'll see it on board to McGrilio's left now. You don't want to hit that whatsoever if you're going side by side. And then that grass as well, very threatening too.
Yeah, that was Doc getting up on that grass. He was following Magrio quite closely as Onifus goes for another big dive. And yeah, he's gaining places slowly but surely. Onifus is climbing his way back up the order here. Doc currently in a fight now with Christian. Christian running his old Teo livery, in fact, I think. Or is it an FM? It's an FM livery that's been styled like an old Teo GP livery. I like that. For a minute, I thought it was a TMOGB. Go on.
Sorry, Peter, I was just going to say, I reckon Christian fancies a chances of making a move here because, you know, Doc's made a couple of mistakes there in the last couple of corners, so if he can really get a good drive coming out of this section here in particular, there's every chance he could go up into 13th place here. Let's see how he just handles this final chicane here. I mentioned how tricky they are to do. That one much more easier compared to the other ones, but Christian, I suspect, is one to keep an eye on here. Looks like it's about a tenth of a second between the two of them at the moment, but let's see if he can start to make his way through the field.
Yeah, didn't have a good enough exit actually to get the toe, as we've got Pablo in another fight with one of the other FM cars. That's another Teo GP inspired Fragmaster livery. I do like the throwback there, as Pantheo getting very, very close to the back of Pablo. That's Kai Puro in the number 4. Sorry, Kai Puro, yes, in the number 4. Pablo made the move, in fact, my mistake on Pantheo, so unlikely that Pantheo is going to have anything to say about that. But at the front, the gap that Gabor is opening up is, well, increasing, 1.7 seconds now. I'm going to guess, well, in fact, it's difficult to say, but I'm not sure which strategy Gabor and Sami Litmanen are going to elect to use here. It depends, obviously, on what fuel they started the race with. But at some point, Gabor is going to have to hand that car over to Sami Litmanen, a force to be reckoned with in the Fox, as anyone who's been involved in this series over the years will know. I wonder how many stints they're going to do each. Is Gabor going to do a double and then hand over to Sami for a single, or is Sami going to do a double as well? It's yet to be seen. But right now, he looks pretty comfortable. But TJ, he's not going away, gents. He's still there.
It's a tricky one for TJ though, isn't it? Because he's in a position here where he's got the car in front gradually pulling away from him. However, he's not coming under too much pressure from the cars behind him. So it's just about just getting the laps under your belt at this point, trying to, again, get the car through the first stint and then just seeing where things shape up for you after the first round of pit stops. But an interesting storyline is beginning to develop at the front, but there's a little bit of contact further behind there. 3 cars almost coming together there. So lots of issues. I believe we've got a disconnect there as well, so just a bit of drama beginning to unfold here at Fern Bay.
Yeah, I think Donny was a backmarker in that situation. I'm not quite sure what happened, but Beppo and Guy came into contact with Donny. They were fighting basically for the penultimate position in the race, and Donny's called it quits. He's called it a day after just 6 laps, which is unfortunate. Onifus is still fighting with Magrio as they come up to the most perilous chicane on the lap, and he's through. I mean, in one way or another, he is through. And now Doc is going to go for a move on Magrio as well.
Yeah, again, the consequences if you lose time in this section, it will really bite you for about 4 or 5 further corners as well. So Doc has to be very mindful of what he does here with Magrillo. Goes to the inside and he's through. Now with the counter attack, this is one of the longer back straights of one of the multiple layouts we have it here at Fern Bay, and unfortunately for Magrillo, he's not going to get alongside in time for the other very scary chicane, but possibly in time for turns 12 to 14. There could be an opportunity that he can line himself up with Christian in the Fragmaster car there in 13th. Also interested to see what is on offer here.
Yeah, like Andy said earlier, he has basically been waiting patiently. Now he has an opportunity to try and get past Magrio. He's not going to do it here. This is one of the fastest right-handers on the track, following quite closely as well, risking dropping a wheel on that perilous gravel. Yeah, this is one of the most difficult tracks to learn the Fox at. And interestingly, this was the venue for the first ever Fox Friday, 14 seasons ago, if you can believe that number. The first ever venue was FE4 in the Fox. And Andy, you very recently picked up a copy of LFS. Have you managed to do any laps around here in this car yet?
I've managed to do some laps with mixed success, if I'm being completely honest. But you know, it's one of those. It's a really interesting layout, I have to say. The first sector in particular is very, very rewarding if you get it right. But the big thing for me is, of course, and I think Owen touched on this earlier as well, just the challenges of the chicanes here, and really trying to maximise speed through there, and of course trying to make sure you don't get any damage as part of that as well. But it's a track and a car, of course. This nice combination really rewards bravery, and I think it's all about just trying to keep the car out of trouble, of course, but trying maximise speed as much as you can through this first part of that, because you really will get the rewards towards the end in the final few corners.
Yeah, that's fair to say. I mean, this car is as close to, well, the fastest go-kart you can ever drive. You really want to keep up the momentum, so nailing the chicanes and taking as much momentum through them is really, really important. And it must have been a pretty big shock driving this car around Fern Bay when most of the stuff you're used to at the moment has been iRacing, Andy.
Yes, absolutely. You know, it's a car that I think rewards that, as I say, rewards that bravery, but it's also one that it's really fun to drive. You know, it's easy to get the power down, but it's also a car that's very, you know, it's very precise at the front end. You want to really push it as best as you can, but this sector in particular, I think, is very rewarding. Also, if you get it right here, this left-hander, if you can just get the power down nice and early, use that momentum with you, and then navigate this part, because it's a couple of corners that really all merge into one. But Fnatic here looking to close down and move into 5th place, but this is a very, very brave part of the track as well. Take too much speed there, clip too much of the curb, and you're in all sorts of problems.
Yeah, I don't know what sort of lap times you were doing, but to give everyone an idea in the audience about what sort of lap times these cars are doing, take whatever you've done and take a few seconds off it. It's absolutely crazy. At the front, the drivers have been doing 16s, which is just insane, actually. But there we go. But not in the race just yet. We're going to expect maybe times creeping into those lower times when the tyres begin to shed some rubber and the fuel loads come down. We're currently in the 19s, so a few seconds to go, but unreal pace from a field of extremely experienced Fox drivers. Some of the drivers in this field have been doing this for 14 years at least. Fox Fridays has existed for 14 years at this point. 19 flat by Gabor there. Your leader sets a new fastest lap of the race. A time few of us will ever achieve anyway, regardless of where you are on your run. And yeah, Andy, back to that note. Yeah, you said that LFS is a lot of fun to drive, and that's absolutely true. I think everybody that plays Live for Speed regularly will attest to the fact that it is just a lot of fun to drive. The physics engine is sublime.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very noticeable on your first couple of runs as well. You get so much detail in the feedback through your steering wheel. It's a platform, I would say, it's easy to jump into, but it's very difficult to master. And that's where this combination here particularly underlines that. We've got Christian here making a move up the inside here into the right hand. He's got that move done before going to the braking zone, but it looks like a little bit of fight back there, almost from the car behind on exit. But Christian beginning to pull away ever so slightly. Good move up the inside into the right hander.
Yeah, it took him long enough. He's finally done it, and that's up to P13 for him as they head through the flat-out chicane. It's such a sketchy chicane that. Be interesting to see what the developers have done with that on the remodel of Fern Bay eventually, because I think it needs a little bit of a remodel. Not exactly 2022 or 2023, rather, safety standards, boys.
No, they're very exposed parts of the track that you don't want to be hitting. I described that wall earlier. If you go in reverse, it's even worse. So yeah, there will be definitely parts of the track that need a bit of a sprucing up, making sure it's safe.
Well, we're 8 laps in, and unfortunately all the battles are at the back. We've got more fighting going on. Look at this. Beppo in the middle here, as he is trying to chase down Finn UK, one of the newest recruits to the Fragmasters team, if I'm not mistaken, as Beppo goes for a big stand up the inside. And has he done the job? Well, it's a bit slow to get away. He's being overtaken around the outside by Guy again, and Guy tags him. Oh, goodness me. It's all going off at the back.
Yeah, position swaps pretty much in a blink of an eye there. Beppo is the beneficiary. And then there's Johnny SVK and LG Meese just outside there. But now we see Happy D trying a move against Mugrillo. Didn't quite pay off there, using the camber to stay alongside for as long as he could. Unfortunately, that was firm defense. And Christian there in 13th, representing Fragmasters, number 32 there. He'll be interested to see what happens between those two in case they come up against him.
Yeah, we're approaching the 10% mark in this race. Only a lap to go. As who was that going for a big send? That was Happy D, almost taking out. Finn, so who was he about to take out there? He was about to take out Christian there. Desti's just got past Eskintan,
of sound from these cars as well, has to be said, and I think, it's one where we're seeing this midfield now beginning to just bunch up a little bit here. And I think, and here's the number 30 car just leading away ever so slightly. Fnatic there, hot on his heels, but it's really from 7th place down. It's a really good scrap beginning to develop here. 9 laps into this race as well. Of course, this is maybe where we potentially expect the action to be settling down. Far from it here at Fern Bay, but Zesty just got a bit of a gap there, potentially now beginning to develop there from that fabulous looking Ferrari, and Fatal just behind in 9th as well. So good action here, beginning in the midfield.
I forgot you're a sucker for a Ferrari there, Andy, for a moment, but there we are. Yeah, Yoni Catilla has climbed up the grid to P5. He got past Fnatic a few laps ago and has opened up that gap. And now it's Number looking to close down on Doc. This is Zdravko Topolniak, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming through. The Sim broadcast commentator for the Fragmasters GTI Thursday series there goes through into P11. So that was a nice one.
Yeah, it was a cleverly executed move. The traditional on the inside at turn 1, ahead of the chicane. So it's a chance now for Number to catch up to his teammates, see if he can beat them for pace. With Fatal, he'll be taking on his Skintan and Onifus just behind. So yeah, Number has clear air and can certainly rattle off some good lap times from this point.
Yeah, he's now back into the zone of being able to fight for overall Fragmaster team member victory, I guess, is the most convoluted way of putting it. He's got Onifus and Fatal ahead of him. A little bit further ahead of him, it has to be said, about 4 or 5 seconds. But Fatal and Onifus are getting close again. This could be fireworks.
Yeah, the number 11 team, a Turkish duo. One of them is well-known Talha, and the driver behind the wheel is Onur Eskintan, driver who has been around the community for the last few years, and I consider him one of the shooting stars in the community because he's getting better and better with every car, but with every race. So seeing him at this high in a Fox car is a nice surprise for me.
Yeah, I mean, if we leave him on the screen long enough, they might get into a fight with Fatal, because Fatal's looking fighty. Fatal, of course, are no stranger to victory in Live for Speed. Fatal won the RTFR XL Championship last year, one of the other series we cover here on the channel. So he's no stranger to the front row, but let's see as he goes for P8, a move on Eskintan here down to turn 1. And he's through, just like that. Fatal moves up to P8. Onifus will be wanting to follow through quickly. He won't want to let his teammate run away.
And the lap times are coming down too, as Fatal around at 2:18.93, which is not that far off the fastest lap of the race.
Skintan moves to the outside. Interesting choice. Trying to force Onifus Fatal onto an interesting line. He's trying to go around the outside. Well, if he makes that move, that's impressive, and he has done. And he's not given Fatal the slipstream. Fatal may lift. No, this is going to be his corner. Fatal will not challenge him into the chicane. That's a great move around the outside. I've never seen anyone do that before. A nice move, that.
Fantastic move there as well. I thought at first he was going to try and do a bit of a cut back on exit, but he almost got the move done mid-corner, and very, very clever driving not to give Fatal the slipstream there down the straight as well. Really, really impressive move.
Yeah, Fatal's not done yet though, Andy. He wants to line up the move at turn 20, I believe. That's where it's probably the handiest to do it. Yeah, this will be turn 20. They're heading down to crossing the Sector 2 line. But yeah, it's actually Onifus through. So
yeah, Fatal lets Onifus through.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just going to swap and let Onifus have a go, and then maybe they'll decide to go back. But costing each other time, unusual. But, team decision after all, by the looks of it. Mika Sarkkinen, LG Mies, our fellow commentator on RTFR XL, is down in P24 fighting with the group of cars that seem to be eternally glued to one another, chasing Gui for air attack. As I believe Yoni Cotillo has set the fastest lap of the race. So if you wanted any more evidence that he's on pace and closing up to the front of the grid, well, there you go. He's 3.2 seconds behind Rick 98, the final driver in that Road Appraiser trio. 3 Road Appraiser cars in this race. All doing very, very nicely. Of course, yeah, Road Appraiser are not strangers to the Fox Friday series. TJ is the current reigning champion of Fox Friday. He's won 3 championships in a row, so season 11, 12 and 13 went his way, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, keep an eye on TJ. He is doing this race on his own. Rick 98's binned it, in fact, just in front of us, just in the brutal chicane. So that's how quickly it can go wrong, gents.
Oh gosh, his rear suspension has picked up quite hefty damage, unfortunately. There's a toe and upper arm suspension at the front and the rear left. So yeah, that's a big worry, I'm afraid, for Rick. He can still keep it going. It's not going to be detrimental, but he has to be mindful in case he's getting very close to the grass, for example. You don't want that.
Yeah, he's not at full power at all, and he's going to get caught here by Fnatic. Fnatic's going to go around easily. He's not going to fight this at all. He's going to have to limp that car back to the pit lane. It's going to be a costly stop for Rick as he almost rolls it on the curbs. My goodness me, he's going to lose another place here to Zesty. And I reckon he's going to drop well out of the top 20 with this. It's going to cost him a lot of time in the pit lane. And that's a disaster for the Road Appraiser team. They had a second through fourth locked out. But now it's Yoni Cotillo who's closed up. He's been given a position for free. He now sits in P4 after that. We'll watch Rick 98 as he comes around the final few corners into the pit lane. His only solace is that the pit lane is very short as he almost loops the car. Getting all hooked up on the inside curb. And not a difficult pit lane entry as he rolls it down to the speed limiter. And there we go. He will be there for some time repairing that one. And yeah, Gabor's lead up to 2.6 seconds ahead of TJ, the 3-time reigning Fox champion, current reigning champion. And then it's Igor in P3. Yoni Cotillo has moved up to P4 and looks like he's closing up to Igor pretty quickly. 2.3 seconds, the gap. Then we've got Fnatic in P5 for air attack. Zesty in P6 currently. Eskintan in P7. Onifus, Fatal, and Fragmaster's number in P number 10. And I've been told that when I do a top 10 readout, I have to say the top 10 powered by, or comes to you, powered by, brought to you by Finn UK. Bit of an in-joke that, but there we go.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rick has left the pit lane and he's in P21 as he was overtaken on the exit by a fire starter. So we can watch throughout the race his comeback. They will have to adjust their strategy now because the original is obviously ruined. So let's see how it goes for them.
Yeah, a bit of a recovery drive very, very early. It's you never want to be doing a recovery drive at the beginning of an endurance race, do you, Andy Olsen?
No, you certainly don't, but it opens up a very interesting opportunity for Johnny Cotillo in P4 because he's just a couple of seconds down the road from Igor in P3. So Johnny's had a very impressive start to this race. He's kept the car out of trouble. He's been gradually beginning to reel the cars in ahead of him. So I suspect he is one driver worth keeping an eye on here as this race develops.
Absolutely. Absolutely, no doubt. We've got Zago side by side with Pi Puro, Pantheo, and he's through. Making a move down there for P18. Just caught the end of that battle, but there we go. Nice move in the end.
One more note about Rick. He didn't change his tires, so they will have to pit after 12, 15 more laps, I suppose. Or I don't know how long exactly these
the
tires
tires can last around about 35 laps on this combo. So
Okay.
he's got, a lot of the teams are going to double. Well, I say a lot of the teams, a lot of the solo drivers and teams are going to double stint their tires. The fuel is going to last you about 28 laps, I think. So you can double your tires quite easily, and that's why most of the cars are going to go for a forced stop. If I'm not mistaken, they're going to run slightly less fuel, so that they can get 2 stints out of the tires and not lose too much time or healthy tire life at the end of a stint. So Rick 98 won't have lost too much time. He's down in P21, so just outside the top 20, and he'll be able to go another stint easily on those tyres. UK's pitted pretty early. That he has damage, so there's been some damage somewhere on the circuit for him, and he is currently stationary in the pit lane, and that's not what you want at the beginning of the race, but he'll be able to double those tyres if he wants to, and it's early days. Still a lot of this race to go. If there is a time to make mistakes, it's at the beginning. You don't want to make the mistakes when there's no time to do anything about it.
That's one way of looking at it, yes. It's a tricky one though, Pete, because the interesting thing for me though is, yes, if you make the mistake early, you've got plenty of time to recover, but you've only got that time to recover if you can clear your head and just focus on apexes and exits. It's one where it's just about trying to compose yourself and then trying to move your way back up the field. Some drivers can do it easier than others, so it'll be interesting just to see how his race unfolds.
Yeah, you make a very good point. Rick 98 makes a move on fire starter there.
It was also surprising to see him being caught out by this chicane, although it doesn't pick out who it takes out, but I was expecting more crashes in the chicane in the early phase, in the early laps, and somehow everybody went clean so far except him.
Yeah, that chicane can catch you out at any point. It is, one slight. So watching Gabor hit it now, if you slightly get too much overspeed through that or oversteer, you can clout both sides. As we see Onifus now getting back past Eskintan at the worst possible place. Actually, Eskintan now has a slipstream. Does he have enough road to get through? Onifus defends. Defends really hard. Eskintan is making contact at top speed down towards the chicane, and all three of them make it through. Really, really difficult actually to follow another car through there. Fatal going for a look, trying to get inside Eskintan's head, and well, can Eskintan get back through on the short run down to the final sector?
Yeah, he looks like he has a slipstream, so if he has a nice, good exit from this corner, which he hasn't, he's lost the slipstream, so he won't be able to overtake into this corner.
Watching the suspension do its thing over the curbs.
Oh, Vital is actually really close. He really gained an edge there on a Eskintan. Couldn't quite go side by side in that part of the track. But yeah, it's a very uncomfortable situation here for Eskintan, having been formed into a sandwich here with the Fragmaster drivers. We'll see if he can get out of that. Obviously, that overtake he performed early in the race, really beautiful overtake. It was unfortunately the shoe was on the other foot, and he had to take the position loss on that one.
Yeah, and this trio has been driving together for what seems like forever now, and I really have to commend their driving, because this track, even though it's twisty and narrow, in this car it's mostly full throttle, so you have to follow closely and make no mistakes, and to follow this closely for so long, there's so much skill involved. So good driving by all of these drivers.
Yeah, like you said earlier, I think I expected more incidents, honestly, this close to the beginning of the race. And so, yeah, fair play. But it has to be said that the Fox Friday grid in LFS is probably one of the most experienced grids in all of sim racing. This series has been going on for a lot of years, 14 years now.
Yeah,
And,
Fatal overtakes Eskintan as we see on the screen now, and he takes the P8 from him.
Yeah, nice move. And Number wants to join the party. Here he comes, number 2.
So Eskintan is having the best Fragmaster experience from the front row.
Yeah, he's in a Fragmaster sandwich at the moment and dropping back, unfortunately. Number is going to want to swallow him up pretty quickly. Won't want to be held up on his mission to get to the front of the grid. As his skin tan slightly wide, getting wobbly. Oh, Number's been thrown off completely by that. In fact, I don't know what happened there. I don't know whether he dropped into the slipstream too late, what happened there, but whatever. He's held it just about. Number's able to get closer to the apexes, I'm noticing here, so Skintan is giving away time pretty much everywhere at the moment. But yeah, almost an error from both of them. Again, it's Skintan wide. Number's going to want to stay out of the slipstream initially here as he cuts back for the final chicane, and he's going to try and get a run into turn 1. He's close enough, a much tighter line through the final chicane, perfectly lined up, and Skintan already going defensive.
Yeah, it's coming nice and early there onto the inside line, going narrow, forcing Number on the outside here. Can he make that move stick there? Not quite this time around, but meanwhile, Faithful and Onif is both just setting off into the distance here. But look at that great onboard shot there as we see Number reeling in Eskintan once more. Let's see if he can make a move this time round, because it's a very, very fast sweeping section. Could he throw that car up the inside as we go under the bridge? Potentially. Number will fancy his chances here though, and let's see if he's got enough about him. He goes very, very wide on exit to maximise speed, but once more Eskintan goes narrow, tries to make it difficult for him, but then goes back onto the racing line, and he's done just enough to fend off Number this time of asking.
Yeah, but there's another chance down to the brutal chicane. The chicane that's claimed Rick 98. Number pulls out of the slipstream. Is he going to commit to it? We know that Eskintan likes to defend, and surely has to back out. He does, and Number goes through. There's another short run here, but I don't think Eskintan's close enough, and Number goes through. What a move that was. Very, very brave from both of them. But Number goes up to P9 for now. Can Eskintan do anything about that kid?
Oh, I don't think so. He seems to be losing pace compared to the Fragmasters. As we just saw in the shot, there was a car stopped next to the road. Let's see who it was.
It's Tongi, just letting cars through. If I'm not mistaken, that is a very, very old Sonic Realms livery. It is. I'm going to very quickly refer to my notes here, see if we can get any information on the number 3 entry. A late entry, in fact, into the race, so not a lot of information about this car, unfortunately. But hopefully we can get some information, because I don't know how many other Sonic Realms drivers we've got in this historic race. Anyone in the chat know who this is? Let us know.
Actually, I remember him from a lot of older races back in the past. I haven't seen him around that much, but I haven't been around that much either. So, but he's a old firm.
I've been around long enough to recognise the livery, not long enough clearly to recognise the name. But anyway, here we go. Yoni is eyeing up a podium already. He's on the back of Igor. He's picked off one of the Road Appraiser drivers. Well, the Road Appraiser driver in question, Rick 98, put it in the tyre wall at the fast chicane. But here goes Yoni. He's going to pull out the slipstream early and try and get this move done quickly on the inside. Hard on the brakes. Igor will try, will he, to get back. But he's already opened up enough of a gap, Yoni has.
That seems to be the overtaking opportunity of choice here for a number of drivers. We're seeing that move time and time again. Use as much momentum as you can through the first sector, then just throw the car up the inside nice and early. And a good move there by Johnny Catella going up into third place. But he's got his work cut out if he's going to close the gap to the two cars ahead of them, because of very, very impressive pace from both TJ and Gabor. But Johnny Catella with a good move there to take third place.
Yeah, it is for sure. You've driven with Yoni in iRacing, haven't you? Or have I made that up?
That wouldn't surprise me. It's one where it's good to see lots of drivers move from Live for Speed into lots of different platforms, vice versa as well. And that's the great thing about sim racing. You've got so much variety here, and it's a testament to this series in particular as well. As we mentioned, so many names taking part in this event who have been part of the LFS community for so many years as well. So it's great to see this event going so strong, and Johnny's done a very good account of himself here as we approach him. It's hard to believe this. We're almost a fifth of the way through the race. It's gone in so quickly, but Johnny Catella certainly putting on a good show for us here.
Yeah, he's going to keep climbing. He's going to keep pushing. He's going to try and catch up to three-time champ TJ, which is going to be no mean feat. He has quite a lot of work to do. 9 seconds. We'll just have to keep an eye on that gap as we head on through the race. We're approaching the first hour gone in our 100 laps of Fern Bay Black. I believe at some point throughout the broadcast we're going to hear from Fragmaster's Fraz, who's been instrumental in if you've driven in Fox Friday, you'll know Fraz. He's the guy in the background who's doing the commentary in the Discord. Before that, TeamSpeak, and before that, Ventrilo. But there we go. He's the voice. He's the man. The Fox Fridays guru. Hopefully, we can hear from him soon and get his thoughts on the series so far. This is round 2 of the 2023 series of Fragmaster's Fox Friday. If you want to get involved, they happen every single Friday. If you can believe that. In LFS, you don't need to sign up. You just turn up, try and qualify in the top 40 in the one-shot qualifying session that they normally have for this, and then race. And it's as simple as that. Very, very easy. As we have Zago battling again with Al Payson. If there's a man who knows anything about Fox Friday, it's Al Payson. He keeps meticulous statistics on every single race in this series on his website, and has been updating that for a lot of years. A lot of work's gone into that, and Al Payson currently in P17, enjoying a battle with Zago.
While you were doing the advertisement for this wonderful event, we had first what seemed like a planned pit stop done by Number from Fragmaster, who is now in P14, and it looked like a fuel run only. So there might be some interesting strategy in his team. As we know him, he's usually very skilled in Formula cars, and usually prepares something special. Strategy-wise, of course.
Yeah, so the first stop for Number. A number of other cars have made stops, but that is the highest placed car with a scheduled pit stop. I think you're right. So as we head on through, we're going to get some updates on the number of stops that these cars have made. Number doing a great job. Rejoins in P14. Update at the front, Johnny Catella has closed down the gap to TJ by a quarter of a second, so it's happening. He's slowly gaining, and he has enough laps to get that done. It's sure to say.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time left. It's really just a matter of drivers in the packs down the midfield. They'll be trying to see if they can keep their position or hope for any gains while there are pit stops or anything else going on. I do see, Payson is quite close in his defense with Zago still. Haven't quite separated from each other just yet. If anything, Zago will have to use this quick segment of the track to catch up. TJ there has to lap Finn UK may have lost a bit of time there in the process. Yeah, probably a little bit of just put it behind you. But yeah, if you can prevent Yanni from catching up any further, that's the goal, really. Can't be losing any more time.
Yeah, I wonder if traffic management's going to really come into play here in the latter stages of this race, because while there are a couple of natural opportunities to for leaders to make their way through traffic, when you've got so many fast sweeping corners, sometimes it's about being patient, and that can be easier said than done, particularly if you're going on the attack or you're trying to fend off an opponent. So I wonder if this is going to be going to throw a little bit of a spanner into the works for some of the drivers later in the race as we see them try to navigate their way through traffic. So potentially one just to keep in mind as we go into the final phases of this one. But yeah, it's very interesting start to this race, it must be said. Johnny Catella, as we mentioned, they're just beginning to gradually reel down the two leading cars at the front, but lots of interesting storylines developing throughout the field.
Yeah, well put. I'd say that traffic management definitely will come into play later on when positions matter and people are less willing maybe to move out of the way. We've got Onofus in the pits. He's just leaving now. Let's see where he comes out in relation to number. Faster pit stop, 3.5 seconds. So just fuel going in that car, and he rejoins in P12. So he has got Pablo for Furtive Racing in between him and number. Zago's caught back up to Al Payson, and as they approach the start-finish straight, let's see if Zago has anything to say to Al. Possibly not on that lap. A little bit too far to affect a pass down into turn one, unfortunately. But Onifus with a great stop opens up the gap to his teammate number behind. And I want to also point out, as the lap count ticks over to lap 21, Gabor is on the 21st lap of 100, that we haven't needed any of the support.
Oh goodness!
Go on.
Zago has put it into the.
Oh, as I say that, commentator's curse. We have a safety car. Well, hello. He's reset the car. Okay, reset's on. That shouldn't have happened.
Okay.
So race administrators have left reset on, and Zago has had a very, very cheap pit stop. He'll be told off about that, I'm sure, as race control will now turn car reset off. That was the most commentator's curse thing I've ever done in my short career as a commentator. Yes, we have not yet needed the support from NDR, New Dimension Racing, who are here this evening. We have a beautiful safety car parked in the pit lane. Here it is, the New Dimension Racing safety car with its light bar, which we've only had a couple of outings in the races this year. Last year in 2022, as Gabor sets a new fastest lap of the race. Yes, NDR are here in case we need any safety cars or VSCs or anything like that. We almost needed one then. They're here officiating this event. My goodness me, that was unbelievable timing. I'm going to shut up for a minute.
Yeah, this is definitely an oversight from the race control, because this gives Zago new fresh tires. So
yeah, he'll get a penalty for sure. He'll get a penalty for sure for that. No doubt.
Yeah, it was just a case that I just saw a car not moving on the track map, and I was like, oh, I better investigate. So, yeah, I have to see what race control. A stop-go would be the most logical, but I suppose with the fresh tires, it's even more of an advantage. So, yeah, stop-go is just equalising. It's not necessarily punishment. So, yeah, that's a very curious incident.
Yeah, I was so ready to call a safety car then. I was so ready for it, and then he reset the car. Oh well, hopefully we'll get some interesting drama later on. Obviously, we never want safety cars, but sometimes, just in the corner of your mind, you want a safety car, don't you? So, yeah, we will see. Race control are checking the rule precedent for resetting during a race before they issue anything. So we can hold our horses and wait for Deco and the team to work out what they're going to do about Zago. For now, we'll just, thank our lucky stars we didn't have a safety car.
Yeah, I think this might take a while, because from my experience in the race control booth or in the stewarding booth, there is not many examples to go by, but I think they will eventually find something.
They're asking Fraz about that rule. So Fraz will have an influence on it. We will see. As in the background, we see Zesty now getting past the back marker Finn UK, with Fatal closing up to the back of him. Zesty's doing a fantastic job here. Used to drive for the MRC team. I do wonder if he no longer drives for the MRC team. Kid, do you know?
Who? Sorry, I missed it.
Zesty, sorry.
Zesty.
Number 24.
Well, honestly, I don't know what's the current status of him, so I can't tell.
All right, I'm sure someone will tell us what team Zesty is currently driving for. Currently driving in a team called Lemon Eater for this event, so not affiliated with any other team. And yeah, we will see. Apparently, he's still in MRC according to Valhalla.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Yeah, we got told in the chat that he's still in MRC. So yeah.
Still our guy according to Michael Malik, and we won't release him, says Tal. All right.
Also, speaking of chat, there was an interesting info about Tongay, who's currently lapping in the last position.
Oh dear.
And entering the pit lane
with some damage.
Yeah, his last race was more than 7 years ago, so this
no
is a
wonder
big
I didn't know
comeback.
who he was. Okay, yeah. December 2015.
And
he's
he's
retired.
fine.
Oh, no.
So this race won't go into his LFS World stats, so his long streak continues.
Oh well. Thanks for joining us, Tongay. It's a shame you couldn't complete the race, but there we go.
Yeah. This can be considered a commentator's curse as well, right?
Yeah, we're doing great. We're doing really great. That's the second time. Owen, Andy, when are you going to drop the bomb? Owen, you're always a little bit, I don't know.
I'm cautious.
More cautious than
very
my
cautious.
loudmouth, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I feel
I've
better
done
now
things to
because
Fragmasters in the past. I remember that, but I won't dare again.
you have. That's true. You have done that on the broadcast. Yeah, the only solace for me is that Zago was able to reset. There you go. Nothing happened. He didn't crash.
Still, 22 or 23 laps in the race. We still lost only 2 cars, so we are doing well.
We are doing well. Yeah, it's been 3 seconds and we haven't lost 3 cars, so you can get away with that one.
Yeah, personally, I feel bad about Donny because he started somewhere around the midfield, if I remember correctly.
He did.
Dropped to the back of trouble, and
it was Onifus, was it not? Was it spun him round? Yeah, it was Onifus in this sector.
Yes,
in fact,
you are
that
right.
turned him round. He could have carried on. It was only a small tap in the wall, but I guess he figured he was going for a top position, and yeah, he didn't feel as though he had it in him to carry on. But as we head to a quarter of the race distance, that's the only 3 incidents that really mattered so far. Donny, then Zago, with Rick 98 also bidding it into the wall, but able to carry on, and he's currently lapping in P18, so a solid top 20. With that, he didn't change his tyres, I don't think, so he will still have the quick tyre life at the end of this current stint.
And looks like we will have another fight featuring Eskintan and Fragmaster car on our hands for P8. As Eskintan, I have been following his lap times compared to other teams in the top 10. His lap times are not dropping as fast as you'd expect, because others were doing low 18s or high 17s, but his best lap time is only 2:18.80. So this is not the pace of the top teams.
It's an interesting one if you're Christian here as well, trying to make a move, because we know that Eskintan commits early to a defensive line. So I wonder if Christian's just going to bide his time here, just try and sound out Eskintan and see where he's more likely to dart off the racing line very, very quickly, and then just try and look at the areas in the track where he kind of fancies making a move, because Christian's got a bit of a gap between him and the cars behind, so he's got plenty of time just to sit here and reflect, and then try and make that move for 8th place.
Yes, we are entering the section of track where you have long, sweeping, fast corners, where it's almost impossible to overtake unless the other driver makes a big mistake. Final sector of the track.
Yeah, Andy, I want to get your opinion. I mean, I know this track hasn't had the graphical facelift that it's going to get soon, we believe, in LFS. But as a track, as a completely fictional racetrack, what do you rate this track?
I really enjoyed it. You know, the first couple of laps, it was clear to me that this is a real driver's circuit. I know I keep saying it, but the first sector, as we're about to enjoy here on board with Christian, is so rewarding if you get it right. You know, this is a car, of course, where you can get it powered down and really take it with you through much of the lap, but in lots of different cars that can present a different challenge. But for me, you know, a great racetrack is a great racetrack, and this is exactly that. You know, it's a real test of the driver's abilities. The chicanes are a real test of the bravery in particular. But it's a combination, I feel, this one here at Fox Friday that sets the stage for some really interesting racing. I'm a big fan of this circuit. I really like this car as well, and it has produced some very entertaining racing so far.
Dark is going to be taking over from Zago. Sorry, not Zago, Igor. So Igor, for one of the road appraiser teams, Igor's had a trip through the chicane, through the tyre barrier. He's going to hand over to his teammate Dark, possibly at the end of this lap. Obviously, the drivers and teams have been advised only to enter the servo on the lap that you're taking over the car. So expect to see Igor in the pits, gents, for a scheduled driver change, and this is on lap 25, so this comes perfectly into the 4-stop region, but you could get away with a 3-stop also if you stop now. So we'll see what Igor does. He has already been in the pit lane. Johnny SVKX in the pit lane as well now. And Igor's coming in. Just about time, makes it slowed down, yeah.
At the same time, second lap in a row, Sidus Monkey has driven the fastest lap of the race, now down to 2:17.22, and second improvement of his personal best in the row, which is impressive.
Dark takes over the car and joins the track behind Christian. So actually, with that, Dark has managed to jump. How has he managed to do that? Can someone enlighten me how that's happened? Dark is ahead of Onifus and Number. I'll tell you why. Or can I tell you why? Has a full fuel load gone in that car? Because Igor already pitted earlier. I mean, something strange happened there because that car's been through a tyre wall and has done an extra pit stop and is ahead of Onifus.
Magrillo is going on a real charge and is through, so Dark is just trying to get his bearings, having taken over the car. And it could be more tricky because Onifus has also got a big slipstream behind, so it'll be a double tow for Onifus. And he wants to plot that inside line for himself, and he's got it. So Dark has baptism of fire in this opening half lap, everybody.
Right, but fair play to Igor, who must have driven a stint from, well, the gods, because Dark has emerged in P11 after all that.
Haven't you mistaken Igor for Rick?
I have, yes, thank you. I apologise for that. I have completely done that.
It's interesting to see. It would be very interesting, in fact, to just keep an eye on Dark's lap times here over the next couple of laps, because he's come out here and already he's been swamped by the field around him just because they're so aggressive and they're up to race pace. Dark's coming out here into, you know, a brand new environment in contrast to these drivers who have already had much of a stronger feel of this race. So interesting just to see if he can begin to reel in Ominous and Magrillo in particular. Just there was no stopping him going into that corner. He really sent that car up the inside and made the move stick. So interesting just to see how Dark approaches this one. We've got a move there. It's Magrillo and Oniphus just ahead. Let's see how the 93 car of Oniphus just chases down Magrillo here. It was a very impressive lap here, lap 27 of this 100 lap race, coming through the final couple of corners now. And Magrillo's going to, of course, be vulnerable through this section of the lap. So it could be a bit of a role reversal here for Magrillo. Of course, he went on the aggressive going into that right-hander the last time of asking, but he could be vulnerable to an attack here from Oniphus in the number 93 car. Let's see how they navigate through the chicane. Lots of speed and lots of curb taken by both cars, but it could be a move here going into the right-hander over the bridge section. Here we come in just a few moments' time, and it will feel like an eternity when you are trying to defend through this part of the track. But let's see if we can make the move here. Will he go defensive very quickly? And he won't. He'll stay on the outside. That's very interesting indeed. So Omnifus is looking like he's making that move. He's got that done much more easily than I expected. So very interesting move there from Oniphus, and he will say, thanks very much, I'll take 9th place in this race.
Yeah, Mugrel not giving up, and but Oniphus takes his defensive line he's entitled to and secures his position. And all this started almost a full lap ago in the sweepers, and the aforementioned lapped cars came into play as Finn UK was ahead of this pair, and he just kind of slowed down Mugrela, which allowed Oniphus to catch up. So this lapped car played actually a role in this fight.
Yeah, I can vouch for that, Zdenek. It was definitely a Finn UK who had the blue flag order. He did wait until last moment, so it did help the Fragmaster car for Oniphus. So yeah, I wonder how that came to be, but yeah, it's a very, very good move regardless from Oniphus, and a big move here with Gabor in the pits.
He's going to be doing another stint. Sammy Lipmanen is not taking over on this occasion, and TJ takes over the lead of the race as Gabor makes his first stop for his team, and he's going to drop down by, oh goodness me, okay, that was Johnny SPK, back marker. And luckily, Gabor ends up ahead and retakes P4 in the race, just ahead of Zesty and Fatal, just behind Fnatic. Car 51 and 16 are going to be having driver changes pretty soon. That's Furtive Racing. And which other team is that? Going to my notes here. MRC, yeah.
We had Fatal in pits. Currently, Eskintan and Pablo are in pits as well, and there's a lot of tire changing going on.
Yeah, quite early for tyre changes if you want to make the tyres last the race. So some teams are playing it safe.
We have a car with flat spot in the final turn, 17th position.
Flat spot or a puncture? Right,
sorry,
puncture.
Puncture, apologies. He's in the pit lane, yes, it's Dims. He had to do a final few turns on empty front right tire.
Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, in Live for Speed, it's possible to flat spot your tyres, and then when you do a lockup, flat spots breed flat spots, and lockups breed lockups. The tyre will find the same contact patch and wear it down. The driver won't know necessarily that that's happening unless they keep making the same mistake, and then the tyre will blow unexpectedly. One of the great features of Live for Speed, Dims has managed to pick himself up a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well, so that will not please him at all.
Yes, unlike some other cars in Live for Speed, this car doesn't have a pit lane limiter.
TJ's in the pits. Our temporary race leader heads into the pits, and there's no one ready to join him. Yanni's back in the pits as well. There he goes. Sorry, this is his first stop, isn't it? But he takes over the temporary lead of the race. The change for the lead happened in the pit lane. But where is Gabor? TJ is coming out of the pit lane. Gabor's through. Yeah. Fanatic's coming to pit lane as well. So yeah, lap 28 is as long as anyone dares to go on the fuel. This is a fuel limited pit stop for these drivers. The tyres are going to go longer. Zesty in as well. So basically everybody coming in the pits on this lap.
Yeah, I think TJ would have been praying for a little bit of traffic and Gabor's outlap there if he could have tried to close the deficit, but not quite happened to the extent they would have been hoping for. But that's the first stint underway for the drivers, but it'll be interesting just to see how the action unfolds at the front. I believe Christian's just got a drive-through
Yeah, he does, and
there
that's
as well.
big for Fragmaster. NDR in the background are confirming drive-through penalties. They will double check to see whether the penalty will indeed stand. So after that flurry of pit stops, they may or may not be quite busy. They'll have to check Dims's, they'll have to check Christian's and anyone else who's registering as getting a drive-through. So there we go. One thing I did just want to mention for everyone who's watching, if you want to tune into some more action on our channel this weekend, you can. We have round number 1 of the new season of Master Race Cars E-Challenge kicking off with Tom and Travis in the commentary booth from 6 o'clock UTC this Sunday. The new season of Master Race Cars E-Challenge with the new E-Challenger Evo car. You can catch the trailer for that on our channel. All the action coming to you in Need for Speed on Sunday from 6 o'clock UTC. It's going to be great. Please join us for that. But yeah, back to tonight. Everybody has pitted now, so I believe if we flash up our fancy new stop counter, yeah, everybody has a pit stop registered next to their name. Except Rick98, of course, who has 2. So yeah.
Interesting though, you mentioned Rick there in 16th place because he came out in 21st after that incident, so he is beginning to make his way through the field. So let's keep an eye on him and just see if he can potentially push into the top 10 spaces towards the end of this race. But he's not let that incident affect him. He is beginning to make the moves. So one driver certainly worth keeping an eye on as this race unfolds.
Yeah, one thing that's also unusual about an endurance race in Fox Fridays is that it's very unusual to see endurance races using single-seaters, but you do wonder why. I guess drivers hopping in and out of single-seaters isn't the most elegant thing, but why isn't there more in single-seater endurance racing?
That's a great question. I suppose it's the tradition is the... it's in the tin tops, isn't it? Is there an argument to say the tin tops are potentially stronger, of course, than open wheel cars potentially? But it's one where I think this produces really interesting racing because it's all about being really aggressive. It's about being, sometimes in when you're in the tin tops, you can potentially just you can stretch out stints and you can just. It can feel a little bit more comfortable, but when you're in an open wheel car, every corner almost matters in that sense. You've got to be flat out throughout. But I think this would produce some very interesting racing. I've really enjoyed it so far, and what I have noticed as well is just through the end of that first phase of pit stops, the gap between TJ and Gabor, 3.3 seconds. I think TJ's taken about a second or so out of Gabor, but I suspect that was maybe down to the pit exit for Gabor when he was caught up in a little bit of traffic. But that gap at the front there is not extending as much as it looked like it was potentially doing midway through that first stint.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive how close the top 2 are, given how long they've been driving for. We're well into the second hour now. Pantheo's spun.
There's a pack coming, so yeah, he's okay.
Every single drive-through penalty we've reported so far has been false, so just clarifying that. They've all been removed, but yeah, Pantheo rejoining here rather uncomfortably in front of a couple of cars. That wasn't his finest moment, but he's back underway, and he's coming to the scrap of these cars here. We've got Guy here, Dims and Zago, these guys who've been glued to each other since the beginning and cannot seem to shake one another. The bright lime green car of be now side by side with Dims. Not the sort of place you want to be side by side with another car, but they do sort it out. So yes, NDR have been checking the drive-through penalties that have been reported by LFS, and all of them have been thrown in the bin. No penalties so far.
Yeah, there's a fight brewing for 5th and 4th place between Fnatic and Onifus, and Onifus is definitely in a slipstream and is going to have a good run entering the hairpin. He's side by side already, going into braking zone, and makes it look absolutely easy.
Yeah, Fnatic's going to have a go at him around the outside though, and they're going to be scrapping as they head down to the chicane. Fnatic surely is not going to go for a move here, is he? No, he's not. He's going to have to back out of that and try it somewhere else.
Of course, a little bit of traffic coming into contention here on this this battle as well, of course. But let's take a look at the action a little bit further back now. His number is trying to make some moves here as well in the number 2 car. Just looks like he's... it looks like Christian and number side by side almost to go. We've got again just a little bit of traffic getting out of the way as they go into the chicane. Lots of speed taken through this part of the track, of course, but number leading the way from Christian, and then it's Doc in 11th place with Eskington in 12th. But good action there.
Doc on the grass.
Doc's just gone off. Oh, it's ever so slightly wide there. Manages just to get the car back on the track unscathed, but a little bit of a nervy moment there, to say the least.
Yeah, it's all going off after the pit stops. Drivers on different strategies after the first pit stop, and that's causing a bit of a shuffle. Concertina effects here and there, with Rick 98 now in P16 closing up to the back of Master Race Car's Pedro BR. As they head through the fast chicane, Rick will be having flashbacks every single time he drives through there, no doubt. But he's closed up to the back of Pedro just at the wrong point. There's no way through here. The only chance you're going to get is if you get a great exit through this Mickey Mouse chicane that you take flat out and try something down into the fast right, but he's not close enough. He's going to have to wait for the braking zone at the end of the next straight. And he's run wide. Oh, goodness me. He's going to have to get it back on the track there. There's some lethal tyre stacks hidden amongst those
And
weeds.
Dims has hit the tyre barrier at the second chicane, and he's pitched into several barrel rolls.
Yeah, that
and
car
that's
is...
rear suspension completely bent out of shape.
And the front as well.
Too.
That's going to be a very slow lap. Not enough, potentially, to throw a VSC.
Yeah, he looks
crawling a little
fast
bit.
enough to go to the pit lane without virtual safety
Where are the
car.
leaders? Where are the leaders?
Gabor's just gone through that very same chicane, so he's at...
Gabor's going to catch him, so race control have got a dilemma. Will Dims be able to get out of the way? Possibly. Whoa, okay. Oh,
Okay,
we're getting a VSC.
We have virtual safety car actually. Oh, and the 4th place crashes with lapped car in the green chicane, as the lapped car was probably slowing for the virtual safety car. Ohnifus drives in the back of him at full speed.
Yeah, you can see the front nose is slightly bent. Well, in fact, more than slightly bent on Onifus's car there.
Yeah, there's only a suspension damage, but I suppose that's from earlier from the curbs. So yeah, he should be okay, but that was a big hit.
Okay, so Onifus now. Well, hang on. He was higher placed, right? Has he lost a couple of places?
Yeah, he lost a place.
Okay,
he lost a place to Fnatic. Yeah.
Right. So VSC, while we recover Dims's car back to the pit lane, of course, Dims also has to observe the VSC maximum speed of 80 kilometers an hour as he makes his way round to pit lane. Luckily, only a couple of corners to go, but we have our first instigation from NDR, New Dimension Racing, who have thrown a virtual safety car. A good call, I'd say, gents. Do you think?
Yes, that was a very, very important call there, and done at the perfect time as well, so full credit to Race Control for that one. One driver who I suspect might not be so happy about it though was TJ, because of course that could have potentially brought him into contention to close that gap between him and Gabor. It's gone up to 4.6 seconds now, the gap at the front. But yeah, good officiating, and we're about to get green flag conditions underway once more. So Dims goes into the pits, and the action will get underway once more here at Fern Bay.
Yeah, and speaking of Ohnifus again, His simple overtake was allowed because he's still on the old tires. He's only one of the 4 drivers in the whole field who didn't change tires yet. So this allows him to be faster, but he will have to pit for a new set really soon as he enters the pit lane.
Yeah, so he must feel as though he had enough damage to warrant driving through the pit lane. Eskintan now having a look to dock, although Onifus is just pitted for tyres and fuel and no damage repair, so that's confusing. Why would he have done that? That leaves me baffled.
Well, I think unless your front wing is scraping against the ground in LFS, you should be good if you have only suspension damage.
Yeah, but he came into the pits and didn't do damage repair.
Yeah, I think that's why. It was not big enough damage to influence his driving.
Right, but he wasn't scheduled to be in the pits.
Oh,
So explain to me why he was in the pits. This is what I'm confused about. I don't understand that strategy call. Yeah, well, maybe he was doing a tyre change. We are coming up to lap 33, so maybe he's just been forced into that strategy through his tyres. That would make sense. So yeah, potentially a tyre limiting pit stop rather than any damage. We are getting close to the tyre window. 35, maybe 36 laps the drivers can get out of their tyres. So yeah, anyone
we
who's
have car
doubling
on the
tyres.
roof. We have car on the roof, position 21. Pantheo.
Is it Pantheo? It's Kai
Pantheo.
Puro, long-time driver in the Fragmasters Fox Friday series. Very, very experienced pair of hands, and he's on his roof. Well, he's on his roll bar at least. Race control, what are you going to do about that? Surely there'll be yellows in that section.
This will have to be safety car, and I wonder if he really flipped the car hitting the curb.
There you go.
We have safety car, yeah.
You can hear the voice of Jonathan Palmer now in the commentary box, giving us the race direction. So, yeah, safety car is called for the car on its roof. Gabor, what are you going to do now? Is he tyre limited? Did he change his pits? Did he change his tyres? Sorry, at the last stop. I don't think he did. So he could have got a cheap pit stop there. He elects to stay out. Who's going to get a cheap pit stop? Who's going in the pit lane? Is anybody going in the pit lane? Let's have a look as the cars file through. Anyone pitting now is going to get a very cheap pit stop. Johnny SVK heads in. I wonder then if anyone else is going to go for this, as we have a safety car on the track. And we are going to have a bunched up grid. So Pantheo has caused the first full safety car of the Fox Friday the 13th.
Oh, Dims and Gianni are both on the grass.
Okay.
Just, I suppose, getting out of the way, maybe, or something a bit unusual there.
Well, other cars coming into the pit stop. We've got Number in the pit lane. Number's gone for the cheap pit stop. I wondered who of the top drivers was going to go for one, and Number's done it. So he's going to get a very cheap pit stop for new tyres. Gabor, TJ, Yoni, these guys didn't go into the pits. Number's repairing damage, so maybe he's picked up some damage somewhere. Interesting call. Andy Alston, I want to get your thought. This is the first time you're witnessing a safety car properly in a sim race. What do you make of this?
I like the safety registration plate on the safety car. I have to say that's quite a nice touch. That's it's all the details that count, isn't it? So I quite like that.
Do you like the light bar as well?
Yeah, that's nice as well. I like the light bar. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's a Chris McElroy creation. That.
Excellent. There we go. Just surely it underlines the element of safety here. Of course, I mean it's one of the things in sim racing. You get yellow flags, and lots of times when people go into public lobbies and see yellow flags come out, there's a bit of a debate over whether drivers kind of observe them. But when we've got an excellent event like this, where we've got a full race control, this is where that it really does emphasise the realism that we get on these platforms. This is a big part of motorsport and race management. And the one thing I wanted to get everyone's thoughts on as well here is Gabor, of course, elects not to pit. If you're TJ and you see the leader going out, would you have not done the opposite and elected to get fresh tyres at that point?
Yes, I'm absolutely confused by that. Ivan?
I was just going to think, how much of the traffic do we have to get by? What do you give? Yeah, it depends on the tire cycle, but yeah. I know, just my one and only experience of being in such a high position on the track.
Yeah, did he change tyres at the stop? We need to find out if he actually changed tyres on his previous stop. Yeah, TJ changed tyres on his previous stop. Okay, so that's why he didn't pit. Gabor, is Gabor running fresh rubber on those tyres? We'll have to see. Andy, I don't know if you're aware, mate, but in LFS there are no such thing. Well, there are AI, but the safety car is being driven by an actual person as well. It's not something you can just scramble. All of this is choreographed properly. Gabor changed tyres as well.
There we go. Interesting stuff there at the front in that case. Yeah, I think it's great. You know, it's good to see such a well-run event here, and you know, good job by the safety car as well, because it's about just trying to, again, you know, it's one of those kind of complaints from drivers is about safety car. Safety cars going too fast. Safety cars, well, it's more about safety car going too slow, isn't it? But you know, here it's about you know, the clues in the name, isn't it? It's about safety. It's about managing the field and just knowing when to slow down to allow the rescue car here in this instance to get the stricken vehicle out of harm's way, and it's a good skill in that, the safety car driver. So credit where it's due, but it'll be interesting just to see the approach to the restart here, again, particularly on TJ, because this is a big opportunity for him now to see Gabor almost going side by side with the safety car. I suspect he wants him to go a little bit faster to try and maximise the heat in those fresh tyres, but big chance here for TJ, and of course Johnny Catilla is worth mentioning as well, currently third place. Fanatic and Zesty have also had impressive starts to their race, so I think we have got lots of drama about to unfold when this race gets underway once again.
Absolutely. We see now that the stricken car of Pantheo has been removed from the race, so job is done. The rescue car there was actually being driven by the race director, Jonathan Palmer. So pretty busy afternoon for Deco there. The track is clear, so we can expect the safety car to be ending on this lap.
We still have a car in the pit lane in position 20. He wanted to pit, but he had a stop and go for something, and he wasn't allowed to make any changes to his car, so he will have to catch up to the field, I suppose.
Confirmation there from race control
Okay.
that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. Yeah, I imagine whatever that car was in the pit lane for will be reviewed. But we're going to get green flag running again. And yeah, as you said, it's all on TJ now. TJ needs to get ahead of Gabor if he wants to try and have anything to say towards the end of this race. Of course, we do expect Gabor to hand over the car to his very skilled teammate, Sami Litmanen. So let's see. What can TJ do at the beginning here?
Yeah, that is the question. We haven't even seen Johnny Catilla what he is capable of, because he's had to work his way up from the position he had on the grid. It wasn't where you'd expect him to be. So yeah, this is where we get a hard reset, and the best drivers have risen to the top. So yeah, game on.
We're going to get some green flag running. The safety car begins to pull away, and that means that Gabor now is the pace setter as we come around to the end of this lap. God, I love endurance racing in LFS.
Look how aggressive TJ is here in the restart. He wants to get the action underway very quickly indeed here. Gabor backing the field up though quite considerably, but TJ wants to get going, and here it is. Gabor has gone, so the action about to get underway here at Fern Bay, but that's a good restart there by Gabor, it must be said. Let's see how TJ reacts to that. Of course, we've got Johnny Catilla on his heels as well. And yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how this first lap on the restart unfolds.
Yeah, that worked beautifully. Gabor warming up the tires until the last moment and didn't give TJ a chance.
Safety
Christian.
car board.
Oh my goodness.
Finn UK upside down.
That upside down car before the
Oh
last
my goodness!
corners.
Before the race even began, Rick 98 also in the wall. So this is surely going to be reviewed by the steward. Oh my goodness me! Look at the back of Rick 98's car. What a disaster of a race for him so far. Before the cars had even crossed the line at the end of the safety car period, we have another safety car called by Jonathan Palmer. You just heard his voice again, and yeah, he's going to have an even busier afternoon. Here he goes. Goodness me, he's driving straight back to pretty much the corner before the incident that we had before. And yeah, our safety car driver is going to complete quite a few laps this evening, gents.
You know, this is kind of funny because a while ago I wrote into the chat that safety car brought to you by Finn UK, and here we are.
Here we are. Here we are. So yeah, there we go. Gabor is going to have another fun slowdown lap, and well, he did manage to get a perfect restart, so hopefully he's going to get another one of those. Well, we've got a bit of a lull here at the almost halfway stage in the Fox Friday Endurance Special, the second round of the 2023 season of Fragmaster's Fox Friday. If you like this, well, unfortunately, this isn't what happens every single Friday. We wish we could have a 4-hour endurance race every weekend, but that would be a lot of effort on everyone's part. So we don't normally have that. We normally have a much shorter race, requiring only just over 1 tank of fuel. But if you like the sound of it and you like what's been going on this evening, then please join us for the 2023 season of Fox Friday in LFS every Friday evening on the Fragmaster's Fox Friday server. No need to sign up, just jump in, do some quali, and you're away.
That's the great thing about this series as well, Pete, isn't it? Is the fact that it's open to all. Just register in advance, and you've got your space on the grid. It's really good. It's so accessible to everyone who wants to take part. We've seen some great action here throughout this race so far. Lots more in store, I'm sure. So if you are interested, I would absolutely encourage you to do it, because it's been some fabulous action throughout so far this evening.
Yeah, and as the cars pass the stricken car of Finn UK there, just down on the grass, yeah, Jonathan Palmer is going to have to clear that mess away, and we will get going at probably the end of this next lap. It's quite a long lap here. The safety car has now picked up our leader. Number's gone in the pits again. Is he getting another free pit stop here? Let's see what he's doing to his car. Damage repair, so more damage repair for Zdravko. Wonder where he picked that up. I wonder whether he had anything to do or was involved in the incident with Rick 98. I don't believe he was anywhere near that, so maybe just an unlucky restart. He was towards the back, but maybe not close enough to that battle. I reckon we've got safety car in this lap. So yeah, Gabor just has to manage his tyre temperatures. A lot of drivers will have to manage their tyre temperatures. Those tyres are going to be getting cold, especially if they're new.
We still have Finn on the track. He was told to spectate, and he's confused as to why he's not allowed, but now he disconnected finally.
There we go. Yeah, in the NDR rulebook, if you are disabled and you cannot continue driving, then you are instructed to leave the race, as you would do normally, unless, of course, rescue cars are allowed to. Rescue cars are allowed to help if the car is somewhat drivable, but obviously if it's on its roof, then that is considered game over at the discretion of race control.
Yeah, otherwise don't do what I did and roll my car at the very last lap, and it caused the very final safety car. So the GT2 challenge, I was gonna be on for a great result and I crushed it. So yeah,
Number
good.
didn't have damage. May have been a bathroom break, according to Chris McElroy. So there we go. Yeah, no damage repair for Number, just a need to park the car temporarily. So hopefully he's back up and running soon. But yes, Owen, do not crash the car on the last lap of the race.
Yeah, that's strong advice from myself. Best I can give.
Retrospective advice. Safety car in this lap. Confirmed by race control. Number is going to have a job on his hands catching back up, says Chris McElroy in the background. Yes, you're absolutely right, Chris. He's going to have a mission. In fact, yeah, he's got almost a whole lap behind the whole field now. half a lap. And the safety car again begins to pull away. Who's driving the safety car this evening? Who do we have to thank for that? Bagu23 is driving the safety car, the creator of the Prototype 2 mod in LFS, if you're not familiar. All right, take it away for the restart, Owen.
Yeah, gladly. We're just waiting to see if Gabor will try a different launch technique. This is where he went before. Oh, he's holding up TJ, getting into the heads. But now he can release, and everyone's away. So TJ didn't...
Green flag, green flag.
He wouldn't have wanted to have made contact with his opponent, but yeah, just a brief touch. Gabor seems to have a solid advantage. But watch out for Yanni Katila. It's his first chance to compete for this win. Oh my goodness. It's more bumper cars on the start-finish straight.
And then
Magrillo in trouble. That was Pedro as well, I think it was. No, not Pedro. Maybe it was actually Pedro. But yeah, Yarloco is driving the number 16 now, so that was trouble for him too.
You're not allowed to overtake before the finish line, and there were a number of cars having crashes before the finish line, so yeah, scratching of heads. These drivers are not entirely used to doing endurance races on their Friday, so maybe we can give them a little bit of forgiveness, but still, yeah, you're not supposed to overtake anyone before start and finish under a safety car, so yeah.
I wonder if as well that you add into the mix the fact that we've had essentially 2 safety car stints, so all the drivers have been going flat out for 30 odd laps and then they've gone cold again, you know, so when the restarts got underway once more, you know, it can just take a little bit of a while just to get back up to full speed, so to speak. But looks like a little bit of moves just happening further down the field here. Rick 98 going down to 19th there. And that's yeah, let's see if he can potentially try and recover from that. But back at the front here, TJ putting Gabor under a little bit of pressure. 0.3 of a second is that gap. And of course, Johnny Catilla hot on their heels as well. TJ weaving left and right just to try and make Gabor look in his rear view mirrors, but Gabor is not having any of that. Continues to focus on the track in front. Let's ride on board here with Johnny Catilla, currently 3rd place in the Alfa Romeo livery car, and a few tenths of a second behind this battle for the lead, of course, as well. So Johnny Catilla's had an impressive start so far in this race, and will be fancying his chances of getting into the mix of this action here as well. So Fnatic, Zesty, of course, Dark, Fatal, all hot on his heels as well. But very, very interesting battle at the front, just bubbling away nicely.
Yeah, good stuff. And we've got a real fight on at the front. Gabor's managed to break away slightly. And TJ, I think, is because he's got Yoni Catilla right behind him. Unbelievable. I can't believe that Yoni's managed to climb his way up to P3. And the safety cars have helped him somewhat to close that gap up again. And he's in with a chance here.
Yeah, this will be a very testing moment here for TJ. This slipstream will come into effect just after this right-hand kink. And then the second apex coming up, and then the defensive mode will have to be thought of. Yeah, he goes to the inside. Yanni wants all that slipstream, but TJ will not give away until the very last. Oh, it's a oversteer moment, but thankfully Yanni caught it. I can try again for the next portion of the track. This will be turns 10 and 11. So TJ is losing crucial time to Gabor, having this defense as rugged as he can. But yeah, this is a crucial moment in this portion of the race, guys.
Yeah, it absolutely is. As we watch the onboard back from TJ's car to Yoni, you can see in the background that Fnatic is still hanging on. There's a bit of a gap to Zesty in P5, but this race is well and truly back on at the front. Gabor has begun to open up the gap again. He's settled into a rhythm after 2 safety cars. He had to restart the race twice in very, very quick succession. But we are green flag running, at least for now.
And of course, these 2 safety cars will play some role in the strategy, because now they have saved the tires for a few laps behind the safety cars. And this, as I said, this will no doubt change at least the fuel levels and maybe even how long they stay on the tires.
Guy had a moment, almost rolled it, going into the swampy area of the racetrack, and he has some front right damage on that car. So a scary moment again for Guy. That's not the first time I've seen him having issues.
Change it for P2 though. Johnny Cattell into second place over TJ.
Oh, my.
And there is the move. There it is there, and Fnatic getting involved into the bargain as well here. So TJ's got to go defensive. He goes narrow going into the right-hander here, turn 1. Fnatic has to go the long way round, but he will, I suspect, be fairly happy with that because he does, of course, crucially have a chance at making the move up the inside and in the right-hander at the end of this section. So Fnatic could find himself in podium contention here. All the meanwhile, this has been a really good lap for Gabor because all this drama has meant that he's stretched out that lead to 1.3 seconds almost. But Fnatic goes very, very, very brave here and has unfortunately lost that momentum. So TJ lives to fight another day, but all kicking off here in the battle for the podium places.
I suppose this is not what TJ imagined after the restart. He was hoping to go forward, but instead he's going backwards.
Safety car boards and
Oh,
flags.
my
safety
goodness
car.
me.
Flags, car upside down, exit on the first chicane.
What has happened there? We've got a car upside down in the first chicane. An incident with Beppo. Beppo has left the server. Yera Loco is upside down, ladies and gentlemen, and I get the chance to make another joke. I mean, there is a number of blame. There's some blame going on in the server. Yera Loco not happy at all. That's going to be a retirement for the number 16. But we have another safety car, and the rescue car this time has a bit of driving to do, as we see Jonathan Palmer doing some unsafe driving on the broadcast. Oh, he's going to hate the fact that we caught that on camera. He's going to absolutely hate us for that. But anyway, he's allowed to enjoy himself, I think. But yeah, that's not the safety car, ladies and gents. This is the safety car that's about to make its way onto the track. But JP having a bit of fun, and why not? Trying to get to the incident before the rest of the field do. Here is the incident just after the first chicane, and it is Yera Loco who will be retiring from this race.
Yes, and in the chat there were two guys blaming Zago actually for something.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so that will be reviewed after the safety car has happened. There'll be a review. Chris is going to go and check the replay for us anyway to see what's gone on.
I have checked also the first incident involving FinUK, and there was also Yera Loco involved, but also not by fault of his own, because there was some braking and accelerating behind the safety car, some lag involved, and the cars went flying. But this is also partially because I believe the server is placed in the US, and a lot of the drivers are from US or are from America, but also obviously I think majority or small majority is from the Europe, and the hyping is not helping.
Yeah, that's one thing we forget to mention, and forget quite a lot when we race in LFS. Just how far apart all the drivers are. I mean, we've got drivers from South America, North America, Europe, all racing together. Most of the time with seamless pleasure, you know, there's absolutely no issue most of the time, but sometimes it goes wrong, and no one can help it. It's no one's fault individually, so it's just one of those things you have to take into account when you're battling wheel to wheel with drivers who are not close to each other on the globe. And yeah, this is the third safety car then in the first half of our 4-hour epic here, which is gradually growing more than 4 hours. It's a lap limited race, not time limited, so our 100 laps are going to take slightly longer to complete than they otherwise would. And yeah,
I will just take opportunity of this safety car, and I will say goodbye for today, because I have promised myself for the steward's room, and I have already stayed longer than I expected. As I see the incidents piling up, I believe they will need some help.
Fair enough. Yes, Zdenek, go and help the stewards out for a bit. Thank you for joining us in the commentary box, and yeah, we'll catch you soon. If you feel like joining in again later, just jump in and say.
Yeah.
But yes, thank you, Zdenek, for your insight, and go and help the stewards out because I have a feeling they're going to need you.
Thank you for having me.
Zdenek Sagash there, joining us in the commentary box on his Friday evening. Normally part of the NDR stewarding team, and yeah, rightly so, jumps away to help them out with what I'm sure is going to be a bit of a mess to unravel there, Owen.
Yeah, exactly. It is a case where the tempers might be flaring a little bit now. We had 34 laps of uninterrupted racing. It was just one VSC, obviously, but now 3 safety cars in quick succession. That's going to cause people to probably think twice. Maybe their strategy was dependent on a green flag run. Maybe they had a chance to benefit, so they might be a bit further down but have a chance to regroup, or in the case of the drivers making contact, they'll be very upset about that. So yeah, I can understand the stewards will be really busy to make sure everyone is kept in check, and also obviously able to concentrate on the races. Gabor is a little exuberant with his tire weaving there and goes on the grass briefly.
Yeah, the safety car wasn't called in at the end of this lap, so we're going to go for another lap under the safety car. So a little bit of a delay here, getting going, but back with the green flag. The incident has been cleared. Jonathan Palmer is returning in some form or another to his position. He's doing a lap of the track. JP just wanted to do a lap, I think, and that is why we're having a bit of a delay. The incident was in the first sector, and his rescue post is at the final corner, so that's why he's doing a lap. Oh my goodness me. So yeah, the cars will do another lap under safety car, and while they're doing that, gents, let's look at the pit stops that people have completed. Number, yet again, is in the pit stop. This is his 5th.
Yeah, so our lap and stop counter, it's going to be a little bit off kilter now because of these multiple pit stop visits for a number. More than certainly double, 2.5 times more than his teammate Onifus there in 8th. So safety car in this lap, so we will see racing on lap 43. So yeah, number we won't be able to predict what he's up to, but maybe he will have one more stop, and then he'll have a splash and dash to the end. But yeah, Andy, I don't know how you're feeling now, having seen so much interruption to the race. Our logical strategies out the window for some drivers.
They could well be, couldn't they? It's an interesting one for Number, though, because, of course, when he did the same thing at the last pit stop, he had quite a gap between him and the rest of the field to try and make up, but this has actually played into his hands quite nicely here. So Number is definitely one driver worth keeping an eye on here. Currently, of course, 19th place in the standings at the moment. So let's see how he approaches this restart. And Owen, I'm keen to get your thoughts as well on Johnny Catilla and his approach to this one, because he now, of course, finds himself in 2nd place. Will he fancy a chance of having a go at Gabor at the restart?
Knowing Yanni, yes, he will want to go for the lead as soon as possible, but he's not a driver that will be afraid to be in 2nd place for an extended period of time with the long-term picture in mind. So yeah, that's a very good question, Andy. If there is an opening, Yanni will go for it. But I don't suspect he will need to do it. Like, he won't need to panic if he can keep up with Gabor. This is the real test for him now, having seen such great driving from him in the first 40% of this race.
Interesting one to say the least here. Of course, Fanatic, Zesty, of course, both had impressive races so far as well, so we've got the aim to come into contention here as well, potentially, but not long to go, of course, until the action gets underway once more here at Fern Bay. Gabor leading the way from Johnny Catilla, then it's TJ, Fanatic, Zesty as your top 5. So very interested to see how Gabor approaches this restart again. He's had to do it time and time again, so will he adopt a different approach at this time of asking? Not quite releasing the full throttle just yet, but Johnny Catilla, TJ both hot on his heels here. Let's see what strategy Gabor opts to go for.
Yeah, the safety car needs to move on up the road as the whole field again stacked up behind him. And yeah, still only one pit stop under his belt. I wonder. I don't think it's possible. I'll have to look at my notes, but I wonder, with all this safety car going on, whether a 2-stop would have been possible. He's gone for it. Most of these drivers will still be electing for a 3-stop, but he's made a good start.
Green
He's
flag,
pulled
green flag, green
well
flag.
ahead. Jonathan Palmer calls the green flag after his hot lap of Aston in the RB4.
Yeah, so Gabor has that necessary car length and a half. Less fortunate there, I believe, is Zesty down a position as Road of Praise Dark is through to P5. Yeah, we'll see now. It's mainly these Fragmaster cars putting more intensity onto Zesty. Yeah, you really don't want to make a poor judgment on this portion of the track. But yeah, so far the top 5 the top 4 are certainly stable. Dark is okay, and here's the inside dive for Fatal. Maybe, he's held it superbly. What a move! And Zesty is very unsettled with that now, and maybe Christian picks the inside. Onifus has to stay back. Unfortunately, Zesty really under pressure.
That was unbelievable. Zesty almost took out Onifus on the outside as they all make their way through the chicane. Everyone clean. Big dive back from Onifus. He's not happy at all with how Zesty handled the exit of the previous corner. And he gets back through. And yeah, that was crazy. I did say that Jonathan Palmer was doing a lap of Aston earlier. Of course, this isn't Aston. I'm not blind. This is Fern. I don't know.
Yeah, just one of those things, unfortunately.
Oh, goodness me. That was just a wobble. Well held. That could have quite easily ended in drama. Goes deep again. He's outbraked himself and gone really deep. Eskintan is on the ropes here and about to be overtaken by Firestarter. There he goes. Tires are very cold on Eskintan's car. He's not managed to keep them as warm as maybe other cars around him have while the safety car's been out. So that's just a preparation error, or maybe a need for fresh rubber.
Yeah, so that completes a full lap back under green, and Gabor's lead will be verified here. It's half a second, so yeah, it's really the case of Gabor needing to keep up this work. Yanni Katila and TJ will be really going for the attack here as best they can. They know they have the freedom to do so, and yeah, we can see Eskintan continuing to try and revive his race there. Pedro Bior is closest behind, but the pack, we've got Rick 98. He wants to also see a resurgence in his position. He's got to be careful with Gui, who can exploit any weaknesses should they open up.
Eskintan's got a run on the back of Firestarter. Can he try and get back past now that his tyres are up to temperature? Gui also going for a move in the background. That's it done for Eskintan for now. Gui's side by side with Zago as we head up what we like to call the back straight, or the middle straight, I guess, on this track. And now Gui going to get caught again by Zago. Zago forces the move on the outside. It wasn't going to work.
And Rick can go for the counter-attack as Zago had to lift. But he's going to have to stay on those curbs. There's nowhere else to go. Up the uphill left. And he's pulled it out. Yeah, he's kept the oversteer in check and is through before we reach the awkward turn 18.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. More drama further up between Pedro Biar and Magrio. These two were swapping positions as they headed down the back straight there. And Number, unusually, is all the way down in P19. He's made 5 pit stops. I'm sure we'll find out what happened during his race at the end. But still out there, still enjoying himself, enjoying this momentous occasion. This race, of course, celebrating 13 completed seasons of Fragmaster's Fox Friday, and it just happens to be on Friday the 13th. So for any superstitious drivers out there, they can blame their result on that.
Yeah, Gui is running the number 13 now that I have it, the little light bulb in the head there. So Gui needs to gain 3 more places to become the 13th place driver. But his teammate, Firestarter, is currently 13th. Oh, and Gui did not serve an actual drive-through penalty that was awarded by the stewards. I know earlier in the race we discussed the speed limit in the pits. So this is a legit order for a penalty. Gui will need to serve that ASAP after not serving it within the original allocation. Or sorry, stop go. Sorry.
Penalties being handed out, and meanwhile, at the front, Yoni Katilla now takes up the place of TJ after making the move earlier on in the race before our latest flurry of safety car action. And, well, he's not letting him get away, is he? Just over half a second the gap. And, well, Gabor will not enjoy seeing Yoni Katilla in his mirrors. Yoni's climbed up through this race from well outside the top 10 and is now in P2 and only, well, less than a second from taking Gabor's spot. So this is going to be an uncomfortable time.
Yeah, first time out, and the Gabor's had this sustained pressure in a while in the race. He's been able to manage a gap of a few seconds between him and TJ up until this point, but Johnny Katilla very much looking lively in the number 30 car, and TJ of course looking to get involved in that battle as well. Doc currently 10th place at the moment, a little bit clear air around him though. He's got Zesty in the yellow car just ahead of him, but yes, we've always seen this battle just around the kind of from 5th to 10th place throughout the race. That has been this kind of recurrent theme, and it is indeed the 3 cars of Fatal, Christian and Onifus who have very much been in the mix with that one as well. But again, we're just seeing the pack beginning to spread out a little bit as we approach the halfway point in this race.
Yeah, slowly but surely it's crept towards us, not helped of course by the number of slow laps we've had recently, but yeah, we're approaching the top of the hour, and now is as good a time as any is to do our rundown. Gabor is still in the car. He's driving this race with Sami Lipmanen, who we're yet to see so far. Then we've got Joni Katilla, who is doing this race solo. Yoni started away down the order. He started down outside the top 10, I believe, and has climbed his way up to P2, where he is currently. Then it's TJ, who did occupy P2 for a while, and finds himself down in P3 after Yoni slipped through. And Yoni's up from 13th, so that's quite the climb. Fnatic is in P number 4. We've got Dark in P5, Fatal, Christian and Onifus, and it's Onifus who is in another battle here with Zesty. This is for P8. Zesty on the outside here. One of these two's got to back out. It doesn't look like either of them are going to do it. Who's going to back out here? Zesty will have to find somewhere else to get through. It's so scary, isn't it, when you're side by side with another car through there and you're just wondering who's going to back out, who's going to back out. Okay, it's going to be me.
Yeah, you have to put the pride before the fall sometimes. You don't want to be the first to give up, but sometimes it's just necessary so you can carry on, and your opponent similarly is not infringed. So yeah, just really it's bitter to take, but there is always a second chance hopefully down the line. Obviously this is a special race, so yeah, you want to make sure with the season coming that you keep up your momentum, but obviously just in this case you want to keep your race alive as well.
Zago side by side with Rick 98. Rick 98 gets through, and Number has gone through, and Rick 98's spun. It's been an afternoon to forget for Rick 98.
Yeah, that's also harrowing to see. Like, he was so good in the early stint, and it's just unraveled. So yeah, we'll see if there's still time. There is more than 53% of the race so to go now, so yeah, it's possible.
It is indeed. We believe there's going to be a driver change for Fnatic, the number 18 team, and that's going to be Rodolfo who takes over that one. Rodolfo, who used to be in the Sonic Realms team and joined Fragmasters, and hasn't been around as much in recent years, but still very, very, very handy in the Fox, and will be a safe pair of hands. He has just left the server, so maybe just checking in. Fnatic has given an instruction to Rodolfo, who potentially will be back later, but Fnatic is currently under threat from Dark. Dark goes through. Wow, that was a good move. And there is a Faithful behind as well.
Oh, that's harsh on Fnatic to lose two places like that. Yeah.
Eskintan also battling with Payson into the chicane. Thinks better of it. Backed out of it. Quite a lot backed out of it. That was an excessive amount of lift. But there we are. Well, Yoni Katilla so far has done the best job of staying with Gabor. The gap is still under a second. DJ's dropped back some 2 seconds from our race leader. And to complete our top 10, it is Born to Race Doc in 25th. And this top 10 brought to you by Finn UK, who's no longer in the race.
I have to say I've been impressed by Dark here and how he's handled this most recent restart, because of course had a tricky start to the stint, joined in amidst lots of traffic, who quickly found himself tumbling down the order, but Dark's currently 4th place at the moment, and I suspect we'll be pretty pleased with that as well. A little bit of a gap between him and Fatal just building up quite nicely as well, but Pete, as you mentioned, the gap at the front still under 1 second between Johnny Katilla and Gabor, but you know, we kind of highlighted the kind of driver change element will start to come into play in the next phase of this race. So again, that's going to
safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags. We have a car upside down at the FD green chicane.
Out there on
it's Dims.
Find out what happened, unfortunately, bit more drama here at Fern Bay.
Yeah, Dims has crashed right in front of our cameraman. That is the view from our cameraman. Chris, are you okay? Can we can't hear you. I'm joking, of course. It's a virtual simulator, but there we go. Dims has had a shocker. He's on his roof, and well, Jonathan Palmer, he's already there. This man is everywhere. It's not Jonathan Palmer. It's our other race. It's our other safety car. It's Magic. JP, I gave you so much credit there. Here's JP. He's over here. He's on the home straight. Magic is on the scene. But yeah, we have another safety car, and it's Dims. We've got some cars going through the pit lane. Onifus has been through the pits.
It saddens me when the wheels are spinning and the car's upside down, you know. It's a sorry sight, that.
It is. You can, just put a bit of effort on the brakes, just a little dab. The car wants to go. It wants to go, but it's the wrong way up. The cars are already filing through the safety car incident, and that gives me. Well, we have another pause on our hands for probably 2 laps at this point. Another opportunity to remind you what's coming up on the channel next. If this broadcast ever ends, if we ever stop having safety cars, we're going to be able to broadcast Master Race Cars E-Challenge in a couple of days' time. On Sunday at 6:05 UTC. Coverage will start then. And yes, we are looking forward to the start of the 2023 season of Master Race Cars E-Challenge. Not sure if sign-ups are still open. They may still be open. You can have a look at that on the LFS forum. In fact, yes, sign-ups are still open for that, so go and sign up. It's going to be great. Anyway, back to the action tonight. Gabor is currently thundering around the track to try and catch up to our safety car, who is just exiting pit lane for the 4th time.
Yeah, believe so.
Yeah,
The 4th one. Yeah, so lots of seat time for the safety car as Gabor in the leading pack. In fact, a couple of cars darting into pit lane.
Yeah,
as well,
here we go.
Taking that opportunity for a cheap pit stop, and this is going to bring a big tactical element to the next phase of this race.
Chris is reading out names in my ear way too quickly for me to reiterate, so just keep an eye on the timing tower and work it out for yourselves, ladies and gents. Chris, shut up. Yeah, we've got a lot of people coming into the pits, and we'll have a look at the list of stops after that all files out. But a lot of cars.
There's one driver change.
Driver change is happening as well. Roger Chen joins us for the race. Anyone who drives in Fox Friday will know Roger. He's joined us for the second half. Well, we're not quite there yet, but he's preparing for the second half of the race. The number 24 changes. Yes, that is a team of 3 cars. Sorry, 2 cars. The Lemonator team. Zesty hands the car over to Roger Chen.
Did number pit?
Well, it's a pretty good bet that he did. Let's see if his number of pit stops has increased. It has. It's gone up to 6. So there you go. He's been in the pits again. Fuel only that time. Maybe he's trying to test out every single pit box in the pit lane by the end of the race. Something's going on with number, so hopefully he's all right. But yeah, he's not as high up as he would have wanted to be at this stage in the race. So yeah, we have another lap or so of safety car.
So it's one of those ones as well, you know, again we mentioned number, he's opted to pit again, but again he's moving his way back up the field, currently 13th place, so I wonder if he fancies his chances of trying to get a top 10 spot here. Again, he's got this restart that will help his cause, so to speak, as well, Owen.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, we'll see some drivers, they'll take the opportunity for a chance of track position. We'll see, for example, Magrilio has been in the midfield for quite a while now, has P7. Gui has just dropped 2 places. I don't know how that happened. He would have been 10th, but he's now allowed Christian and Roger Chen past. Yeah, I was just going to say, for the unfortunate retirement there for Dims, he actually had the crash there earlier where he performed bow rolls but landed on all his tyres, so he was able to carry on, and that caused the first VSC. But unfortunately this time at this very same corner his luck did not carry on the second opportunity, so yeah, that'll be one to reflect on in future. Just don't make that mistake a third time should the next opportunity arise. So yeah, and the skid tan, of course, yeah, I did notice him, he's 4th, so yeah, this is a real chance for other drivers with the halfway point about to descend. Yeah, this is a great chance for these guys to have a great result here, Andy.
Yeah, very much so. You know, and one element of this race that we mentioned at the start was there's the potential impact of the chicanes. We've not seen too many incidents there just yet. That's not to say it couldn't happen later in the race, of course. But, you know, when we have seen some incidents, it's been kind of other sections of the track, which did surprise me a little bit because we know how vicious those curbs are as well at those chicanes. And that is something that these drivers really have to really contend with in these Fox cars.
Yeah, if we think back, there have been cars pitched onto 2 wheels, but they didn't roll reliably. But obviously the one incident we can think back to was the Road Appraiser car that was pitched against the hill and reset, which was definitely a big piece of drama. I forget which Road Appraiser car it was, to be exact, but yeah, that was the other big moment.
We have a replay here.
So yeah, this is our chance to view a replay. So
yeah, Yaroloco going for a trip, we believe. This was one of the earlier incidents. Yeah, there we go. This is I think this happened before a safety car restart, which is part of the reason why we had an issue. There we go. We'll keep watching this replay. I think this is where we see Yaroloco end his race, unfortunately. As we're coming up to the first chicane, so I believe this is where it all goes wrong for Yaroloco. There we go, and also for Beppo. I believe that was Beppo also trying to get out of the way.
I was just having a discussion about chicanes as well and their potential impact, and that's a big example of it, unfortunately. But safety car still out there on track, but it's been quite a long stint, this one, it feels, in comparison to a couple of other ones. And in fact, there is the sign safety car will be in this lap, so Gabor will have to back up the field once more and see if he can get away cleanly and build up a bit of a gap between him and Johnny Catilla, who had a very good stint there between the two safety car phases, didn't allow that gap to go beyond 1 second. Fnatic currently occupying third place. Escantillion currently in fourth, but of course, remember, we did have lots of cars jump into pit lane for a cheap stop as well. So this will be a very, very interesting restart, to say the least. Gabor trying to get as much heat as possible as he can into those tyres, but there is Johnny Catilla hot on his heels once more.
Absolutely. We've seen Gabor employ a few techniques at the safety car merging line. I think he used the same one twice recently, whereas the very first one he got a strong getaway at the which corner was it? It was the turn 28. So got a great getaway from turn 28, and the other ones he's been waiting until just before the chicane. So we'll see what he has in store for everybody here. He only has to be on his toes, and he's off. Gabor happy to get going straight away.
Yeah, good start there once more from
green flag.
As the safety car goes into pit lane, we have the race underway once more. It's a stunning start, it must be said, but Gabor very, very impressive indeed. It's already half a second between him and Johnny Catilla, who's coming under a little bit of pressure from Fnatic. Let's see how things unfold here in the restart there. Gabor very, very fast once more through the chicane, but Owen, that's a very interesting restart, to say the least. And Gabor, I suspect that's possibly the biggest gap he's managed to develop through these restarts from the safety car as well.
Yeah, it should be about 0.6 of a second, possibly just the 5. We'll know in about 10 seconds from now what the story is. A great piece of braking there for Yanni. Let's see what it is. We'll see now. The Fragmaster cars are all very close together in the battle for the top 10. Christian has the best of it so far. There's the split time. It is 55 hundredths of a second. And then Fnatic there has made a good getaway over Skin Tan, so he will be pleased with that. And Gui, the unlucky 13 is out. Oh, it's game over for Gui for air attack. He's right on the racing line, as we saw earlier.
Safety car.
And that is the 5th safety car, folks.
Wow.
5 safety cars. I mean, this is something that is normally reserved for the likes of oval racing, but it's a tricky track. I mean, what can we say? It is a tricky track, and unfortunately, that's the way it has ended for Gui. And it's in the same place actually as Dims, as we have Magic arriving on the scene with a 2 nice 11s down the road, which the drivers are going to see.
Another safety car. How about that? 5th safety car here at Fern. So Gabor has it all to do once again. I wonder if we will see a couple of cars once more potentially jump into the pits. We did see it last time, so let's see what happens this time round as they come through the final couple of corners. Looks like Fnatic is opting to go into the pits, as does Escantan from 4th place. So 2 cars at least into pit lane, and lots more potentially thinking about doing the same.
Yeah, and this time Number doesn't want to pit, so he's skipped this opportunity, and that will put him into P6. So there might be a driver change lined up soon. We'll just keep an eye out for any driver changes in the strategy as we reached halfway point.
Yeah, there we go. Out goes Rodolfo there from P16. It means that Pedro has found himself in 3rd place. Magrillo up into 4th as well. Christian Number in 6th place, not pitting as you say, Owen. So this has worked out very, very nicely indeed for him. Currently 6th place at the moment. He'll be delighted with that. And yeah, another headache for that man there, Gabor. Once more, he's got to back up the field and try and get away cleanly and extend his lead once more at the front of this race. So Gabor once more got it all to do, but Johnny Catilla, we mentioned him earlier, will he potentially fancy his chances of making a move? And he's done it almost there under the safety car, but we've got to wait until the lights go out for that to get, unfortunately.
Yeah, he has to continue to show the patience that I know he's capable of. Yeah, just a case where now, Magrillo, I mentioned him in the previous safety car period because he wanted to stay out for track position, and he has increased his positioning even more. He's got to stay. Oh, he's gotten too close for cover. The warning from race control was stay right of the Fern Bay green chicane. Unfortunately, he forgot about that for just a split second and nearly hit the rescue car. So that would have been absolutely atrocious to have that happen. But yeah, thankfully, everyone has made it through the scene of the accident.
Yes, absolutely. Again, another
safety car in at the end of this lap.
However, this safety car is a short one. It will be in this lap, so we will get the green lights going out once more here at Fern Bay. Gabor leading the way from Johnny Catilla. Pedro finding himself in 3rd place, with Magrillo in 4th. So we will have action once more. Look at that already. We're seeing that gap between the safety car and Gabor. However, I wonder if he will opt to change his
Oh my goodness,
once more here. In
sorry
fact,
Andy, it's a spin for Johnny Catilla.
Yeah, he's spun. He's out.
It's a spin.
This is the worst time for him to make that sort of mistake. Now, is he allowed to rejoin, or does he have to stay behind? I don't think he's allowed to overtake. That's his position now. A big error for Johnny Catilla. He's dropped down all the way. Oh my goodness me. Down to P16, can you believe? And, well, the Road Appraiser team are going to be grinning from ear to ear because they are back in this. Magrillo, the number 69, finds himself in P3. Brilliant. We've got Christian for Fragmasters, then promoted to P4, and Number in P5. What on earth? Number in P5. This doesn't make any sense.
Dear me, I didn't see what happened. Unfortunately, I was watching other cars in the train. But yeah, Gabor has his 3rd new rival at the top. He launches just before the chicane, at the left-hand, right-hand kink, so he's away. Pedro not able to stay tight. Magrillo in Dreamland in 3rd.
This is absolute drama here at Fern Bay. It must be said, isn't it? I mean, we've an incident there with Johnny Catilla looking, in a very strong position. Now finds himself well down the order. He's trying to make amends of it because already he gets a pass done there on Rodolfo to take 15th place. But Johnny Catilla once more has it all to do, and let's see if he can make his way through the order. But that is a massive bit of drama here unfolding at Fern Bay.
Yeah, I mean, this is unexpected. We're going to get a replay. We're going to get a replay of Johnny Catilla spinning under the safety car just at the end of the lap.
Oh, Christian, sorry to interrupt there. He's gone on an attack against his teammate Number. He went too deep. Magrillo, thankfully, took the hit and carried on. So Christian is tumbling down the order just a little bit. He's lost 2 places when he was going for 4th place. And Roger Chen and Fatal are now the closest to Number here. Magrillo hanging on in there. Yeah, drama. That's the name of the game. We knew it was going to be drama-filled, but to be honest, gents, this has started to happen slightly later than we maybe would have expected. We expected a lot of drama at the beginning, but the middle of this race has been absolutely full of chaos, and we're here for it.
Yes, I mean, it's an interesting one though, isn't it? Because the number of safety car phases that we've had, it's been a bit of a stop-start phase to this race. However, it's been a very interesting one through the... So it's one of those ones where I think, we'll have to wait and see how this phase develops, but it's one where I think we've had so many stop-start elements. Is it one where drivers are taking it's taking a bit of time for them to get back up to speed with things, and then that's where we're seeing little incidents kind of developing as a result?
This is the end of lap 53 going into lap 54, and Gabor's lead is nearly 2 seconds. Pedro not able to match the pace, and here we can see a chance for Fatal. This time by some number has dropped down to 5th. It's Fatal now, the lead, Fragmaster.
Safety car, safety car,
And
safety car.
the 6th safety
Goodness
car.
me.
Number 6, and loads of cars are in the pits.
What's caused that one? It's Igor. It's another road appraiser incident, and it's in a place you would not expect it. It's out after the final corner, Owen. My. This is one of the most confusing races. And is that the 8th? Am I miscounting, or is that number 7?
Safety car 6, isn't
6,
it?
I think, yeah.
It
could well be on
6.
for 8, though, but that's right. We could well be on for 8, but
Yeah,
wow.
sorry. Yeah.
Pure drama.
Number 6. Well, Igor, he had such a strong start to the race, and then it's gone from absolute bad to worse. That will be our 9th retirement, I believe, from this race. And, a lot of those as a result of safety cars. And, it has to be said that this is very unusual. The casualties that we are seeing are experienced hands in the Fox. And, I do wonder what's caused that incident. We've got a replay waiting for Yoni Katila. Rick 98 has had a disaster of. Sorry, Igor's had a disaster of a finish to this race. And we will wait then for one of the rescue cars to come and find him while the safety car picks up our leader Gabor once again. Jonathan Palmer has found the car on the home straight. And
Gabor's pitting, guys. Gabor pits.
Okay, he's in.
This will be the driver change necessary for that team, and it means Pedro assumes the race lead. The driver is now warned to stay on the right hand side on the start finish straight, but obviously if drivers want to pit as well, they have to be mindful, don't get side by side, because you have to stay away from the accident scene, and then you want to get furthest to the right to pit as well. So yeah, Sami Litmanen is now in command of the Sidus number 7, and now P10.
Yeah, here he is, the moment we've been waiting for. Sami Litmanen joins the track and takes over from Gabor, who's had let's say it's fair to say interesting opening to the race. Sami Litmanen has won Fragmaster's Fox Friday 4 times in his tenure. Hasn't been around as much in recent years, but he is a 4 times Fox Friday champion. And when he races, he wins in dominant fashion. But yeah, here he is down in P10. We'll have to see, Jets, how he gets on in this race. He's going to have to start down there and climb his way back up. But that is as good a time as any for him to stop. Pedro then takes up the lead of the race for Road Appraiser. Is this the first time that RP have been in the lead? I think it is.
Yeah, Gabor's been in the lead the whole time, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So how does Pedro approach this one then? Because it's been, it's been a stint for him that's been kind of littered with safety cars. He's not really had any time to string together a consistent run of laps. But he now finds himself in a situation where he's got, he's got a lot of cars behind him that are all, of course, very, very lively. But what do you think his approach to this next restart will be?
Well, it has to be much the same as Gabor. I know he's not had as much time to watch Gabor do restarts, but he's got to go early, so he needs to back the safety car up pretty soon. And you don't want to wait too late. If you wait until the home straight, there's a chance you can get mugged down into turn 1. So before the final chicane is absolutely the minimum.
Yeah, an interesting one to say the least here for Pedro, and just what his tactics will be for this one. But there we see the I think that's Roger Chen in the 24 looking very, very lively indeed there to try and get as much temperature in those tyres as possible. So this is it, action about to get underway once more here at Fern Bay. This has been the 6th safety car we have had, quite a lot in close succession as well, it must be said. So we'll once more get the drama underway, and it will be Pedro who will get us underway from the start. Trying to get as much temperature again in those tyres for the leading car. Fatal number Christian all close by as well. So let's see how things unfold here.
Yeah, we've got another lap, Andy, unfortunately. So we have to wait for another lap for the incident to be cleared and the safety car to be put in the pit lane. So yeah, talk amongst yourselves, folks, while this incident is sorted out. We've got another Fragmaster's car going in the pit lane, and it's Al Payson, currently in 9th position. We've got a lot of Fragmaster's cars still in this race. There's 6 of them, and it's Fatal, Number, and Christian who are at the top. And if you take a look at the number of stops, you will join me in my confusion as to how a car with 6 pit stops has ended up in 3rd place.
Yeah, it is quite extraordinary. And if there were only half the amount of safety cars, this wouldn't be at all feasible for Number. But as Trafico has pulled it out of the bag here, safety car will be in this lap. So it means Pedro can now finalize his tire warming and other psychological prep. Yeah, as you were asking, Pete, Number has pulled out another master strategy. He loves his strategies, and this could be his prime opportunity to take the lead while the Sidus team have performed their driver change. Sammy will have to get used to the car, competing with the opponents as well in front of him, a variety of opponents. This is definitely Number's prime opportunity to make his race count.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? This is a big, big chance for him here, currently on the final step of the podium, of course. But part of him, I suspect, can't believe his luck. But similarly, he has, he's used the tactical side of the game here to get him back into podium contention. So, let's see how he approaches this restart, of course. But lots of interesting stories to keep an eye on here.
Indeed, there will. We've got a replay of what happened to Yoni Katilla. That's coming up in just a second's time. So here it is then. Here's what happened to him. He's coming round the sweepers in the middle of the section, and he just drops the car. It's just as simple as that. He just drops the car.
Yeah, turn 19 is pretty much a gentle curve under high speed, but when he was under the safety car limit, he just weaved a little too hard and unfortunately sank down the leaderboard.
I think it was the fact that the car bogged down in the grass a little bit as well, which just kind of made matters worse there. If he'd been able to just quickly get out of the grass, it wouldn't have been quite so bad. But it seemed to be one of those kind of spins that just took forever to finish, unfortunately for him. But disaster to say the least for Johnny.
He's backing up the pack very early here, is Pedro, and the safety car is already under the bridge, a couple of corners ahead. So Pedro is going to back the pack up properly here, and he's got two very hungry, in fact 3 very hungry Fragmasters drivers right behind him for this restart. So let's see where he will go. Fatal right behind. Fatal, who's no stranger to being at the front, as we have mentioned.
Oh, this is very tight now.
Oh, we've got contact. We have contact. Yeah, we have contact behind. Cars going all over the shop because Pedro has taken this so slowly. He's bolted. Fatal's managed to stick with him though, and that's caused all sorts of drama. They weren't expecting to be going that slow. Jonathan Palmer calls green flag, and we are going again after the 6th safety car period here, and it is Pedro who's under threat already from Fatal. Fatal goes to the outside of turn 1, and still has a nose ahead. He has a nose ahead. That's crucial. He has the inside for the chicane, and he's got it. He's got the move done. That's the first overtake under safety car we've seen. And Pedro is under threat from Number unbelievably up to P2 in this race, gentlemen.
Yeah, just elation here for the Fragmaster team at last. They now have the opportunity to really pull out the gap here, but Number has to defend from Pedro. He's not finished just yet, but Fatal will be chuffed with this. A massive opportunity to get a huge lead out with assistance from his teammate, and Christian could be in contention as well here, but Pedro has slipstream and he will pick. Oh no, Number's made the decision for him. He's put them as wide as he can.
Oh my goodness,
he has to back out though. Watch out for Christian on the rebound.
Unbelievable.
Roger Chen on the inside of Christian. Oh, he's going to make contact, and sideways goes to Penske. And that's unfortunately a sinking feeling there for the Lemonator team. Really unlucky.
Were they side by side, or was Number just ahead? I couldn't quite see it from my view. Apologies, but that looked mighty close. Neither of them wanted to back out. Number forced Christian all the way over to the left-hand side, onto the grass almost. Christian stuck it in there as long as he could, but in the end had to back out. Oh my goodness me. Meanwhile, Fatal's been given a free pass at the front. It's one of the largest gaps we've seen all race long. 3 seconds to Number now, and Number still has to I think he has to calm down after that moment. That was unbelievable.
I was just thinking that there with that gap at the front. Fatal will be absolutely delighted with that. He chose his moment perfectly, and then just the drama that unfolded behind him just worked out so well. So Fatal finds himself in the lead of this race. Number, of course, 2.8 seconds down the road, but all the meanwhile we have, of course, we have Lippmann in there already up into 6th place. So very strong start behind the wheel in the stint of the number 7 car. We've got Ayub also in 5th place as well, looking to try and make a move, but you know, really interesting opener here after the safety car.
Yeah, that was that was an unfortunate moment for Happy D. He ran quite wide after just as they began the final sector, and that allowed Sammy to just slip through. And yes, as you mentioned, Ayub takes over the Born to Race car, and well, it's nice to see him back in Fox Friday. But it will be interesting to see how Sammy Lippmann gets on, because as anyone will know, he's had a bit of a hiatus from the series. So clearly up to speed, but how much speed has he got in that Fox? And will he be able to get the car back to the front? We will see.
Yeah, there's the question, but yeah, in P5 at the minute, actually, it's the Born to Race Road Apresa Corporation merger. Ayub has taken over that car originally there. Well, now that he has control. Originally, Doctor had it. So yeah, the very quick Moroccan here has his chance to shine as well. So we will see what happens after the absolute mayhem of that latest safety car fallout. It now has calmed down a bit.
Yeah, I mean, and dare I say it, but we could get a few laps of sustained racing here. I mean, I don't want to tempt fate, but it's looking quite good at the moment. Lap 58 at the moment, no drama. Thankfully, has unfolded yet, so it looks like it's just 6 safety cars for the meantime. But that gap at the front, once more, Fatal in number, 3.6 seconds at the lead. There is Number, just coming under a little bit of pressure from the chasing pack. But I mean, we mentioned it earlier, the way Number has approached this race strategically has been very, very impressive, and it has paid off for him. Here is Pedro, just got a little bit of a gap between Christian and Ayub, currently in 5th place. But of course, Lippmann is the one driver we want to really keep an eye on as well. Very, very fast driver, and one who I suspect will fancy his chances of making his way through the field.
Yeah, you say that Number has played a strategic game. If you can unravel how you can make 6 pit stops and be in 2nd place, then I mean, you deserve a Nobel Prize, frankly, Andy. I can't work it out. I don't know how he's managed it.
I wonder if you think back to the earlier ones, I think there was one where he opted to pit, and we were kind of all unsure as to why. And I think that's had a bit of a domino effect, and that's allowed him to gradually move through the order. It had a little bit of damage, of course, to contend with through, I think it was the 3rd safety car potentially, but he took quite an early one, an early stop, and I think it has somehow managed to allow him to just leapfrog through the field. But he could well be in for podium contention here, absolutely. This man here, though, Johnny Catilla, currently finds himself in 9th place, of course, on a recovery drive after that incident during the recent safety car spell, but he's come under a little bit of pressure here from Zago at 98 as well. So Johnny Catilla worth keeping an eye on, of course.
Yeah, we're down to 19 cars, but that doesn't mean there's any less drama than we had at the beginning. We have enjoyed 6 safety cars, and we don't want to see any more. We had a drought at the beginning, and then they all came at once in the middle. And Rick98 drives off the track for the final sector. And
there's an extraordinary battle happening down the field here. It's Rodolfo getting ahead of Tallenberg. We'll see if Tallenberg can get the place back. He wants the inside line at turn 20. It's not going to occur for him this time. Yeah, that was a fabulous move. It was by the wall at turn 18. They were side by side, and on the outside, Rodolfo got through.
Yeah, interesting one to say the least. Look at that gap once more, 4.4 seconds now between Fatal and Number. Number coming under more pressure from Pedro, so that again will probably explain the increase in that gap. Number having to take some defensive lines into corners here. Pedro, meanwhile, looking very, very lively indeed. Christian hot on his heels as well. Ayub, as we've mentioned, has had an impressive start to his stint as well. But I wonder if Pedro's potentially close enough to make a move here this time round as we go through the sweeping corners and eventually down to that tight and very tricky right-hander. So we could be looking at a potential change for 2nd place here. Pedro will certainly be keen to do just that. Let's see if he gets a good run as we make our way over the bridge now. Just a little bit too far back at this time of asking, but of course there is another opportunity to try and make a move just coming up the road.
yeah, and Pedro got a good exit, Andy, and I think it's just going to be too short. Is Pedro going to think about it? I don't think he will. Number has to go defensive. He feels like he has to go defensive. Pedro's going to line him up down this 2nd straight, and well, Pedro was smart there. He got inside Number's head. He made Number think he was going to go for the move. Pedro tries the switchback. He has a nose ahead as there's contact, and Number has he breathes a sigh of relief, but unbelievable. He had a nose in there, but Number just closed the gap, and well, I don't know. I think there was just such a minimal amount of overlap. Number just didn't think he was there, and in the end, Number gets bumped by Ayub, and now it's Ayub El Hanouni for Born to Race, who's in P2. This race has had everything, and Sammy Lippmann is up to P4 after all of that.
My word, yeah, this is bonkers stuff. Ayub has the chance now to be 2nd place driver behind, well, a long way behind Fatal at this point. Yeah, just one of those moments. Unfortunately, the uphill section will certainly negate a bit your downforce, and if your car's pitched wide, it's going to, unfortunately lose its grip, and that's what happened to Pedro in that case. So very frustrating for Road Appraiser again.
Yeah, it certainly was there, you know, and again, this is music to the ears of Fatal. Look at that gap at the front, 7.3 seconds now. So Fatal can just really focus on the track ahead of him here. He doesn't have to worry about the drama kicking off behind him, but will Number be looking to try and make a quick move here onto IU potentially? Rodolfo in 12th place coming under a little bit of pressure from the yellow car behind him, and that is a good train of cars here that are going to make their way through the chicane. And it's going to have to be a defensive move. In fact, there's just one car. The red car's just gone off there, and that has been very, very close to Pedro, who, of course, had a moment of his own just the previous lap. So Pedro has found himself in a very, very lively bunch of drivers here, and that is going to hamper his progress as he looks to try and make his way through the field.
Yeah, Fatal's been unleashed here. Sammy Lipman is trapped in a battle with Number and Ayub now. He's getting close to Number, but not slipstream range at the moment. Number's going to be livid that they managed to tangle in that way, but fortunate in that he's still in the race. He was pushed sideways at this point last lap, and somehow managed to keep it in the right direction. But yeah, the Fragmaster trio have been completely separated now at the front of the race. And it's Ayub who takes P2. Number then sits in P3. And this man, Sammy Lipmanen, Kabor's teammate, is looking to get back on the podium in P4. Firestarter dispatched by Rodolfo. And now Pedro dispatches Firestarter. Pedro on a bit of a roll here in the background. And yeah, lots of movers and shakers as we pass through lap 60 and onto 61. And well, I'm going to bring into the commentary box Fragmaster's Fraz. Fraz, can you hear us in the commentary box?
I can hear you, Pete.
How are you doing? Now, it's cool to have you in the commentary box. We've not managed to do it before. We've had some issues with TeamSpeak in past broadcasts, but finally you've managed to get into the booth. Talk us through the history, if you can, in as few words as possible, of Fragmaster's Fox Friday. It's a series that's had a soft spot in a lot of people's hearts over the years in LFS. Now on its 14th year. Talk us through.
Yeah, I honestly don't know how we made it to 14 years, Pete, but yeah, somehow people keep showing up every Friday and wanting to race.
Yeah, boasting full grids still in 2023.
Yep, pretty full grids. It's serious racing, but it's more fun style too, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. It's pickup racing on a Friday evening, but people still take it pretty seriously. Tensions can get pretty high, and it's if you win a Fox Friday race, you've made a name for yourself. I think that's still true.
Yeah, I believe so. It's not an easy race to win. TJ's our 3-time back-to-back champ somehow, but yeah, he's just dominating.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds you of the Sammy Lipmanen days. And how have you managed to convince Sammy Lipmanen to come back for this?
Yeah, you'd have to ask the Sidus guys that. Really excited when Sammy hits the road.
Oh my goodness me! I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I've just seen a Road Appraiser car going over Rodolfo's car. That was Pedro. We're gonna have safety car number 7 here, Fraz. So we're gonna have a little bit more of an opportunity to talk to you. But just as well, we caught that on camera. Great call from Chris in the background to get that on camera. But Pedro for Road Appraiser is out. What do you make of that, Fraz?
Wow, that's a big loss. Pedro's teamed up with TJ, I believe.
Owen, can you scour the who took over that car? It is TJ and Pedro. You're right. So while we were talking about it, while we were talking about TJ, Fraz has managed to curse the field. So thanks for that, Fraz.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I mean, that's one of the favorites today, obviously.
Yeah, that was, in fact, indeed. I mean, that car has been in contention the whole time. TJ in the chat, clearly unhappy with that. His teammate involved in an incident. Oh my goodness me! I mean, we'll get a replay of it. We'll get Chris to grab us a replay, and we can rewatch that unfortunate incident that puts Pedro out of the race. The number 72 drops down the order. And, well, this brings everything back together again. Fatal's 8-second lead returns to 0. Ayub's advantage over number is gone again. And Sammy Lippinen is brought back within, well, touching distance of the front again, Fraz. You know, Fox Friday always has drama in it, but as soon as you end up doing an endurance race with it, we end up with not just drama, but a spectacle. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, there's way more safety cars today than you know I would expect with such an experienced field. But yeah, now they've all brought Sammy back into play. My God.
Yeah, it's great to see Sammy back. You know, it's always nice when you see names from the past appearing, because it reminds you that LFS is it's home, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And I mean, you know, you yourself know number rarely drives this anymore, so to see him in third is pretty good too.
Yeah. Now you've been watching the race. I'm sure you always watch our races, and obviously you're involved in Fox Friday every week. We're not quite sure. Well, we're getting a better picture of how numbers ended up managing to get back into third place. He's got 6 pit stops on the board, but he's chosen to do them at times when the field is going more slowly, and somehow he's managed to filter his way back up to a podium. He will be absolutely thrilled if he manages to get a podium today, right?
He'd be ecstatic if FM puts a car on the podium. We'll be thrilled. Yeah,
so Fragmaster's Fox Friday is starting in its 14th season. You're still there. You're in the commentary box, giving all the drivers the spill of the race. Allowing them to enjoy aspects of the race that they can't necessarily see while they're driving. I quite like that about Fox Friday. For those who don't know, Fraz sits in Discord and he basically tells the story of the race. All the other drivers are there, and Fraz will do his thing. And Fraz, I wonder if you want to do the top 10 in your normal fashion, but here on the broadcast. What do you think?
Okay, we've got this top 10 brought to you by Lincoln Bikes. Next time you're in Lincoln, drop in and see Finn UK. We've got Fatal in the lead. Abe runs second. Number third. Sammy Lippinen in fourth. Happy D fifth. Sidus Monkey runs sixth. Bro Aider in seventh. Rick 98 eighth. Own Nephis in ninth, and Zagu in 10th.
Brilliant. It's as if I was in the Fragmasters Discord all over again. You're still as excited as ever about Fox Friday and Live for Speed, and obviously some of the changes that are coming to LFS, they'll have an impact on the series, I'm sure.
Really looking forward to, well, you know, to say you're looking forward to an update would be, you know, crazy not to say, but don't know when they'll happen, but yeah, I think it'll change a lot in LFS.
Yeah, we've got some cars going in the pits. No, we don't. Sorry, Ayub was very, very far over there. I thought he was committing to pit lane. He went very close to the pit entrance. It doesn't look like anybody's going in. I think, frankly, especially number, these guys must be bored of driving through pit lane at this point. Most of them set out in this race to do 3 or 4 stops, and you'll be hard. You know, it's hard to find cars with fewer than 3 at this point. But yeah, what a race that we've got this evening. It will be nice to have more endurance racing in LFS, but we've already had 2 this year. We've got a replay of an incident, which I need to be reminded of. We're going to see it anyway. Let's see what's happening. Whenever you're ready. Here comes the replay. And let's see what's going on. It's Pedro, the incident with Pedro down into the chicane. A lovely slow-mo here as he goes over the top of... Going over the top of the Fragmaster's delivery car there. Well, a lovely bit of pirouette.
Was it Rudy?
Yeah, it was Rodolfo that he went over the top of, and that's how it ended. Oh my goodness me! Thank you for that, Chris, for that replay. So drama causing the 7th safety car. Fraz, thanks for joining us in the commentary box. Have you got anything you want to say as this safety car comes to an end?
Just want to thank you guys for supporting LFS, Pete. You guys do a fantastic job, eh?
Well, and I'm sorry, I think the credit needs to go to you, actually, because you put on the racing that we then broadcast. So, give yourself a pat on the back as well. Keeping it Fragmaster's Fox Friday alive and well and kicking after all these years. We really appreciate the series. And, it's fun to put it on for the viewers. So, thanks a lot, Fraz. And we'll talk to you again close to the end if you want, if that's all right.
Okay. Cheers, guys.
Have a good one. Cheers, Fraz. Fraz there, who is pretty instrumental in the success of the Fox Friday Championship in LFS. Andy, you're new to LFS. What are you making of it so far?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying it. It's a fantastic platform that has stood the test of time, and it's no surprise that that's the case when the action is as good as we see here. Tonight's a great example of it. Some really hard, close racing. And the speed of lots of drivers throughout the field has been so impressive as well. So it's a very, very passionate community, and it throws up some great racing as a result of that. So it's been a very, very enjoyable introduction to LFS. This event in particular has been great fun as well. I suspect there's more drama to witness very, very soon, because of course the safety car is in this lap.
Oh, you bet there's going to be drama. It was to be honest, Andy, it was feeling quite tame at the beginning, and I thought, Andy's he's not gonna see the thrills and spills of LFS, but boy was I wrong. And here we are, 2.5 hours, 2 hours 40 minutes into the race, and we have another safety car restart. Fatal dumps the clutch, and he's off, and he's got a break over Ayub, who's got a break over Number. Number has been sleeping. Green flag call from Jonathan Palmer, and it's Sammy Littmanen who has been awoken from the depths. He's going to come up alongside Number. Number shakily moves over to the right-hand side. Sammy's going to have to try and do this around the outside. Number keeps a wheel in there. Two fantastically talented guys going side by side, and Sammy's got the inside, but they're side by side still through the chicane, and Number holds it. Somehow they're still on the road.
That is almost impossible how that occurred. There was a touch. They both held it. Yanni benefits. He's ahead of Happy T, and this could be the moment of the race. We've got the heavyweights, Number, Littmanen, and Yanni Catilla. Here we go. Number defends the inside. Litty has the middle, and Yanni follows his countryman. What's it going to be? Is it another brilliant move around the outside? It is. Littmanen through. Number has to adapt to this situation here. He knows that another top contender is behind. It is a lift there for Yanni, and through the second chicane they go. Fine and dandy there. Roger Chen also through on Happy D. A little bit of a wide there for Zago in the background there, and Tallenberg on his outside is through using the grass. So this is more hectic driving. We do have penalties, I think, for real this time from race control. If we can clarify that. Yeah, we can see on the screen there, a stop-go penalty for number 73. That's Johnny SVK for holding up the field on the restart. That will be a slam dunk penalty, unfortunately. And there is one more for car 81, which is Zago, who reset the car without the prior consent. Indeed, it was probably an oversight, we believe, from the server rules. He will now take that penalty after nearly 50 laps of deliberation.
Yeah, the stewarding team have been pretty busy. We do believe that Onifus is also going to get a penalty. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment's time. But boy, oh boy, have the stewards been busy, and are they going to be busy a little bit longer in this race? As we see Yanni Catilla now making ground on Number. He goes to the inside, as we see at the bottom of the screen, confirmation of car 93, Onifus's unsafe rejoin, causing him to receive another drive-through penalty. And Yanni is through on Number, so Number's rise and fall is unfortunately what we are seeing at the moment. But plenty of laps left in this race, Andy Austin.
Yes, very much so. And the last few laps have been a fantastic advert for action on LFS. Some great drama here that all started in this phase of the lap. But, it's Lippmann now finds himself in podium contention. But Johnny Catilla, I suspect, say 15-20 laps or so, if you'd offered him this place after what happened during one of the safety car stints from him, I think he would have been more than happy with it. So Johnny Catilla finding himself in a very strong position, but don't count out Number just yet. Currently 5th place, but a very fast driver behind the wheel of that car, to say the least.
Yeah, so we see Fragmasters have a battle down the field as well as up top. This is Al Payson keeping his teammate Christian at bay. Then Rodolfo had them both scouted. So that's here's Christian though. He's on 2 wheels and he's just about saved his own skin, but unfortunately he's compromised his teammate. Firestarter for air attack is on the offensive. So that was almost a heart and mouth moment there for, well, certainly for Christian, but also Payson, who had to avoid his flailing teammate there. And we're fortunate that was not the latest safety car related incident.
Wow, pure drama once again here at Fern Bay, but just managing to stay on the track, thankfully. But again, we've got lots more action here at the front because Lippmann is now putting Ayub under pressure. Let's ride on board here with the number 7 car, very close to Ayub here. So let's see if this could be a potential move for 2nd place, just beginning to heat up here ever so slightly as we go across the start-finish line and on the 67th lap of this race. But Lippmann now well into his stint behind the wheel of the car, and I suspect will fancy his chances here as we make our way through the chicane one.
Yeah, very much that is potential here. Lippmann, very experienced in the Fox, multiple champion of the series, making his return. And then just behind, it's also very close between Yanni and Number. We'll see now Lippmann going for his move. Ayub has no choice here but to stick with his original line and brake a little bit earlier in the hope of an undercut there. It's not going to work though. It's 2nd position as of right now for Lippmann. The draft will certainly help Ayub a bit, and Yanni Catilla also ahead of Number still. That's going to be tight for a while.
Yeah, Number just dropped down to 6th place momentarily, so I just wonder if he was a little bit caught up coming out of the exit of the right-hander, and that's maybe compromised him ever so slightly, because a bit of a gap between Yanni Catilla and Number developing. But we've got Happy D here looking to get involved as well, just currently 7th place, and a little bit of a gap between him and Rick98, who occupies 8th place at the moment. But lots of really interesting battles beginning to develop here once more. But that gap at the front, 3.9 seconds between Fatal and Lifty. But we do have a spin, and it's Onifis. Onifis now goes down the order, manages to get the car going again. A little bit of damage at the front on the nose, but Onifis goes down into 15th place. And of course, with that recent safety car, the pack hasn't quite spread out as much as it could have done. So not a complete disaster for Onifis, but of course he does have a penalty to contend with as well. So it has been, it'll be interesting to see how Onifis approaches this final phase of the race.
Yeah, the cars are going at 130 miles an hour or thereabouts through that turn, and with half of the road occupied with a car in distress, that would have been absolutely frightening to see if you were coming up on that sector and then seeing yellow flags out for a car in such a dangerous spot. But thankfully he was able to rejoin safely, and now we have Christian against Paolo Waleski in the black number 69. We'll see if he hangs on in there. No, it is Christian through. Clean as you like.
Yeah, good move by Christian. They're getting the move done by the chicane. Of course, he is potentially going to have to go in the defensive here down the straight. But, Paolo again just taking the line in now. In fact, Capello's come under a little bit of pressure here from the recovering Rodolfo, of course, who is just making his way back through the field. In fact, I beg your pardon, it was Onifus who had the incident the lap prior, but Rodolfo looks pretty close here, actually. Just could throw that car up the inside. He does just that. Can he make the move done under braking? He does indeed. A great move up the inside. So Rodolfo goes into 11th place with his teammate Christian just up the road. Of course, he will have to go defensive here. Paolo will fancy his chances of getting a move done as they go down the straight here and into the chicane phase of this lap. And it just takes, it's a big back up there by Paolo. He goes wide, manages to keep the car facing the right way, and that could have all gone horribly wrong, but thankfully holds on to the car and 12th place in this race.
Yeah, those slick tyres are going to be absolutely filthy with the dust and the dirt for the next couple of corners, and these are some of the worst corners to get through if you want if you have your grip compromised. And we'll see Firestarter will absolutely realize this, as the penalty for Onifus is on the screen there. We'll just another penalty, as a matter of fact, for causing an avoidable incident. So I'm afraid that's a double whammy for Onifus. So well done to Paolo there, keeping that car in between the lines after that excursion. But Firestarter will be very, very determined to see if there is an opening, particularly with the first opportunity at a slipstream at the start-finish line, Andy.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Paolo's just got to dust himself down here, really, after a frightening lap, so to speak, for him, because that was there was a couple of moments where it could have all gone horribly wrong. But Firestarter is beginning to reel him in here, though. Will he make the move down the start-finish straight, thinking better of it? I think he's just going to potentially, again, once more, as we're seeing time and time again, the opportunity that drivers seem to like here is that move into the right-hander. Of course, they do run the risk of being caught on the back straight and into the chicane, but Paolo looks like he's got just enough to fend off Firestarter at the moment by the looks of it.
As we look at the front of the field, we've got 4.5 seconds gap between Fatal and Sami Litmanen, and well, let's see if that can come down at all, because Fatal is on pace, it has to be said. And yeah, well, Ayub still coming under a little bit of pressure from Yoni Katila, more than a little bit of pressure now, actually.
Yeah, it certainly is, and of course we've got Number looking to get involved in this action as well, so Ayub's got to really go on the defensive here. Johnny Katila, of course, keen to try and get back into podium contention after his incident during the safety car phase, but so it's a fair play, credit where it's due. He has really managed to make his way through the field very well indeed, but Number looking to put him under a little bit of pressure here as well, just beginning to reel in the number 30 car is Number. So let's see as we make our way through the final couple of corners on this lap, and we are coming towards the last phase of this race as well.
Yeah, very soon the final 30 laps are going to be upon us, and well, hopefully we can forget the drama of the past and focus on what is going to be a fantastic finish to this race. Yoni Katila in the middle of a 3-car sandwich. He's having to go in both attack and defence mode at certain points around the lap. At some point he can get a slipstream off Ayub, that would be great for him, but he's still not close enough coming out of the final corner. He just can't get close enough to the rear wing of Ayub to effect a pass. Similarly, Number unable to latch onto the back of Ayub. These cars are travelling around the track at like the critical distance pretty much to not be able to make a move. Although, having said that, Yoni had a good couple of corners there. Christian battling here with Tallenberg. Tallenberg trying to go, no, he's not going to do that. Christian just managed to get through on Tallenberg going into turn 1, just off of camera. So another place made and into the top 10 for Christian. Meanwhile, Yoni Katila side by side with Ayub trying to go for the move for 3rd place. Finally he goes for it. Ayub's going to have an attempt at coming back. He gets a bit of a wobble on over the curb, and that's going to compromise his speed as we head down to the chicane. And that's place done for Yoni.
Yeah, it's a lovely move. We suspect the 51 car has a pit stop on the horizon. There will be the teammate to Happy D, that's Pedro BR, coming in to the server in anticipation of a driver change. And Ayub here, having been the driver of choice for the second half of the race for the Born to Race Road Presa Corp. He's really having a wonderful time of it here, even though he's just lost that third position. And the quality of drivers behind him now are also very, very high. So no time to relax here, unfortunately, for Ayub.
I'm getting big Toro Rosso vibes from that livery. Is it just me?
Side
on looks a little bit like an old Toro Rosso, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly looks Toro Rosso inspired, that one. I'll agree. Nice livery there, must say.
Yeah, very much so. And that's the great thing about sim racing as well, isn't it? That you have that kind of creativity, you know, and you can put out some great liveries out there. So yeah, credit to Ayub, that looks very nice. Toro Rosso, it's now AlphaTauri, isn't it? That's that was a few years ago, Toro Rosso, huh? Coming under lots of pressure there, it must be said, here from Number. Number really beginning to reel in Ayub here, and in fact, there's Happy D goes into the pits to just take on a little bit of fuel in that car. Just goes well down the order as a result.
Pedro takes over as well. There you go.
Pedro, yeah. So Pedro makes his foray into the race, and let's see what he can do behind the wheel here. But Fatal, all the meanwhile, 5 seconds ahead and drifting out the corner there as well. But 5 seconds ahead of Lipman, Yoni Katila third place as well. Ayub and Number once more having a great battle, 4 tenths between the two of them. Number will potentially be looking to make a move here, I suspect. And look at that, he's got a good run here once more into Ayub. Let's see if he can potentially try and get a move as we go through the chicane.
Yeah, not quite on that occasion. Again, as I said before, they're in this critical range of not being able to make moves on each other, just too far away at the exit of corners, and just too far away to make moves into the next one. So yeah, it's a patient game. And coming to have a little word with us right now, it's Zdenek Sagash joins us again. He was with us at the beginning of the broadcast. Zdenek, you've been very busy for the last hour and a half.
It's true. I mean, we have spent almost the whole time either reviewing incidents or watching live for any not penalties, mostly restarts if nobody crossed the start-finish line while overtaking somebody.
Yeah, and I think we need to keep you in the commentary box for a while, because while you've been out of the commentary box, we've had 7 safety cars. I blame you.
Yes, it was crazy. We were just in constant loop of trying to get a grasp of what's happening and what we have to do, because there was so many incidents from earlier in the race, and they just kept coming, and the safety cars kept coming, and I'm exhausted from doing that.
Well, hats off to you guys. I know there's a lot of you working. We need to make a shout out to Race Green Magic, who's been driving the safety car, Yaroslav Donnelly, Tim Dicknodder. Who else we got up there? We got Jonathan Palmer and Faku23, and yourself, Zdenek Sagash, who've been doing these stewarding.
Not to forget Nico Puntola, who helped us a lot as well.
What did Nico do?
Well, he was stewarding as the rest of us, yes.
All right, okay, fair enough. Nico Puntola as well, regrettably goes on my list of thanks, but there we go. Number is in a battle here. Thanks, Kid, for that. But here we go. There's a battle with Number and Ayub. Number's finally managed to latch onto the back of Ayub, and he's going to try and get through. Is he? Ayub backs out of it wisely. Not another incident for you to review there, Kid.
Yeah, there were some incidents, if I may continue, which looked serious. You saw the restart where half of the wheel crashed in the final turn. It looked like it was a major incident, but thing that initiated was a lag contact, which sent Onifus on the grass, and in the end, he just seemed like parked it in the racing line, and then from then on, it was just chaos.
Okay, so an unfortunate incident, but yeah, we saw the penalty come up for that. You're doing great work, and I don't know if you want to return there now, because it seems like you're a bad omen in the steward box.
I think I will return to the steward's room, because there's a long way to go, and even though the field is now thinned out, I believe it's not over, because people are getting tired.
Yeah, go on then. We didn't want you in here anyway. You bring negative energy into here, so you can go back to your box. Enjoy, and thank the guys. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, have fun, guys, too.
Zelenic Sagash there, cheerful as ever. And what do you make of it all?
Yeah, it's hefty workload as Ayub has just pulled into the pit lane to give us a new talking point. Should be a quick enough stop. That car is in very good shape. Tires and fuel, that's a good call. We'll see Onifus, who needs to work his way back up, has Zago for competition now. Fortunately, I think with Pedro Bior and the master race car in front, it will preserve Zago and his advantage over Onifus there. We'll see if, as a matter of fact, Zago wants to go for this move, and he'll give himself a shot at 14th position. The inside line is open, but the camber does help Pedro and his turn in. That was very well planned. But the second opportunity to pass is coming up after these very fast corners, the dips and the crests. We'll now see Ayub return to the track alongside Payson. This is for 12th and 13th now. So Ayub needs to get those tires up to temperature as soon as possible, because Payson will love to help out his team, knowing that Ayub is an outside shot for a top position, and if he can give the Moroccan a bit of pressure. He does touch one of the tires on the inside of the grass there. He held on. I think Payson's just doing his best to frustrate Ayub. He probably would have preferred a chance to regroup. He's gone for the outside line around the wall, the runoff area there, just about helping. Using another shot of the grass to go on the inside, and tire touching there. Turn 20 will decide this once and for all. And another bit of contact.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
Put the throttle down too soon. He spun it. That's really, really desperate news.
It's such a shame. That was a fantastic wheel-to-wheel battle, and they just caught the grass, just working to an extreme of a margin. And Ayub loses a chunk of time, and Gabor has alluded to this in the chat, but this is a critical point for Ayub, because it's possible he could get to the end on this fuel. The first driver to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's about... I'll have to get the calculators out, but certainly 8 or 9 seconds gone. We'll confirm it in just a moment, exactly how much time has been lost. Payson wouldn't have got a clean exit. It's about 7 seconds, so if you add another half a second to that, because Payson had to slow down going on the inside line. So Ayub has lost a crucial amount of time. Certainly Roger Chen and Number will have noticed that, as we now move on to see them taking the turns 10 and 11, I believe. There we go, through that fast chicane. Roger did not have as good an exit as Number has, and Zdravko, I think he's backed out a little bit, and Roger Chen gets back to that gap he has.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic driving, but unfortunately for Ayub, it ended the wrong way for him. But yeah, Number really close to the back of Roger Chen as we head into the final sector, but he's dropped back. Roger just able to hook up the corner exits just a little bit better at this stage. And look behind number. Rick 98's not going anywhere either. Pretty close as well. So these three, they're going to be battling for quite a while. As Andy alluded to, we are entering into the final stages of this race. Almost the final quarter is upon us, Andy.
Yes, it's quite an interesting battle developing there. And, you know, it's one where I suspect a couple of the drivers, if you said to them earlier in this race, you're going to be in top 5 contention, they would have been delighted with that. But it's been a race with so many ups and downs. But it's that man there, Fatal, who leads the way with a 5.3 second gap over Jari Litmanen in second place. But I suspect that fight is not done just yet. And of course, we've got Johnny Catilla to throw into the mix. But we do have a change in the order because we have Number in the pits for the 7th time here in this race. So Number opts to change. I suspect that may be his final pit stop of the race, barring any other final potential safety car incidents. So let's see where he comes out in the field. Looks like he could potentially be slotting in around 9th place at the moment. So Number currently in 9th, but again, fresh set of tyres in that car.
Yeah, this is crucial. He's come out just ahead of 2 cars which were fighting, and he might have to, well, he's going to have to get a wriggle on if he wants to stay ahead of these guys. Crucially, he's come out of the pits at a point where he'll be easily safe on this fuel load. He will get to the end on that fuel. He should be able to keep the speed up to keep ahead of these two, seeing as he was at the front of the pack. He's currently being chased by Paolo Waleski and Firestarter, who were minding their own business before. But yes, Number is one of the first cars to pit at the beginning of this final stint then. We're getting into crucial times now. We can't afford any more shakeups. For example, if there was a safety car now, Number would be fuming.
He would indeed, but just again, we've mentioned that battle there between Paolo and Firestarter, but I think, you know, that could be absolutely crucial for how this final stage of the race unfolds for Number. If he'd just been a couple of seconds later, he would have really been fuming. He would have had it all to do here as well. But let's ride on board with Firestarter. Let's see if he can make the move here on Paolo as we go into the kind of final section or so of this lap. And it's all about taking as much speed as possible. You know, he's just clipped too much of that curb, so unfortunately his hopes of making a move are dashed for the meantime. So Paolo can just focus on the road ahead of him. But let's see who will be next to come into the pits potentially, because the leaders will be making their way round to the start-finish straight. So let's see if anyone opts to win this time potentially. Here's Fatal now. Jari Litmanen, of course, staying out as well, as does Jari Litmanen. So the top 3 all staying out for the moment.
Yeah, Yoni's solid P3 at the moment, and yeah, all of the top 3, the top 4 in fact, only 2 stops so far in this race. So they've managed to stick to a much more conventional pit stop strategy, which is remarkable actually when you consider the amount of chaos that's gone on. None of these top 4 were even remotely tempted, it looks like, to go into the pit lane early.
Are they all watching what the other is doing, I suspect?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people have been doing different strategies, so it just so happens that these 4 have kind of shuffled themselves to the top of the order. At some point they'll need to come in, but clearly at the moment they've got enough tyres, they've got enough fuel to stay out and keep pushing the envelope, and obviously they will have, we'd assume, a pace advantage at this stage over Number, who's heavier on fuel and potentially has newer tyres as well. So yeah, it's not over yet. And well, Fatal and Sammy, the gap is actually going up between Fatal and Sammy, which shows you, well, Fatal is pushing an incredible amount to hold up a 4-time champion.
Yeah, definitely really interesting battles here developing throughout the field, and looks like, again, Rick 98 just a second or so behind Roger Chen there in 4th place. So Rick 98, again, a driver who had a very eventful race to say the least, but currently in the top 5 berth, so I suspect we'll be more than happy with that. But just a bit of a gap between these 2 cars and the front 3, so this will be very much a battle just for 4th place at the moment. But Rick 98, a driver that we know has got lots of pace, but let's see if he can potentially move his way up the order.
Yeah, we're into a bit of a lull, but that's fine by me. It gives us a moment to enjoy ourselves and reflect on the race and actually just look at the landscape as it currently is. 18 cars remaining. A big difference in the strategies that we've seen throughout the race, of course. You can never predict when safety cars are going to come and in what number. And I don't think anybody would have expected quite so many today. Maybe they would have done. Maybe they're slightly pessimistic. But ever the optimist, I thought we were going to have slightly fewer than that, as it looks like Rick98's gone in the pits. So another driver who is going on to what should be their final fuel stop of the race, and it's crucial who does this when. When you come out of the pits on full fuel, you're a lot heavier, so you're going to be slower than the cars around you who've pitted a while ago, and that's going to determine what sort of shape your car is going to be in when they eventually come into the pits later on. They might be further up the road than you, and that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is. Again, part of that race management is trying to evaluate where you will come out after making a pit stop. Again, it's worked out quite nicely there for Lucas. Number has just begun to develop a bit of a gap between him and Paolo, so he can now focus on the cars ahead of him, Lucas being one of them, of course, just a few seconds up the road. There is indeed Number just in the end of the shot there, in fact coming round the right hander now, as we've got side by side action between Firestarter, who's just made a lovely move there, it has to be said, coming out the corner. Of course he will have to now go and defend that lead down the straight here as they go into the chicane. Paolo potentially going to try and make a move here at the end of the chicane, I suspect, because he's not going to get it beforehand. And in fact, he goes well off and into the barrier. Manages to keep the car going, thankfully. That was a huge accident, but that could have gone very, very bad indeed.
Big problems then for the suspension. That'll have shifted those two left wheels into the chassis. Yeah, all the arms are completely bent. So that car's coming straight into the pit lane for a repair. Yeah, he's struggling on pace. He had to lift off through there. Normally that's flat out. So unfortunately for Paolo, the first bit of side-to-side side-to-side fighting with Firestarter in a while has ended in disaster for him. It's not over. It's still a long way to go, and he can come around and pit and repair and be on his way.
Certainly, it looks like again Number's made a move here potentially as well. There is Number, and Luke is very, very close indeed. So let's see if Number can make his way into 8th place here. Again, he's had a very strong race, and can potentially make a move here as we come round the final few corners and down the start-finish straight. Bit of a gap, but of course he'll have the slipstream to help him towards the final phase of the fast flowing first sector. So. Number, of course, just got a little bit of a gap between him and Firestarter as well, who's actually pulled out 3 seconds from Paolo, because I think Paolo's potentially just gone into pits. He's gone down the order a little bit. Yes, he has indeed. Paolo does opt to make his final scheduled pit stop of the race. So, yes, that's be interesting to see how we go. Pete, I believe we've got the top 5 all out there on track yet to make their changes. We mentioned a few laps ago, will they potentially be looking to see what the drivers around them doing? Dearie me. That could be potentially. Is that potentially going to be another safety car, Pete? Let's have to wait and see what happens.
Safety car. And Jonathan Prevost calls that one. I think Jonathan Palmer's had to disappear, but Jonathan Prevost has made the call to bring out the safety car, and I believe I don't want to say it. I'm going to. Number was in the region. Number was in the region of Lucas. Was there contact that's caused that side-by-side contact potentially, or has Lucas just seen Number in his rearview mirror and maybe lapsed in judgment and gone up one of the bankings and rolled it? It's possible. It's such a tricky track when you're racing it for this long. We're going to get a replay of it and see what exactly went wrong. But we are under safety car conditions for, wait for it, the 8th time during tonight's endurance special of Fragmaster's Fox Friday and Live for Speed, as Fatal now goes into the pit lane to get a cheap pit stop. And while we wait for the safety car, which is already around turn 1 and will have been spooked by the fact that Fatal came into the pits. So we might have a bit of a wait here. Sami Lipmanen in the pit lane. Joni Katila in the pit lane, actually taking over the lead temporarily. Roger Chen in the pit lane. Christian is going to come in the pit lane. Of course he is. Will Tallenberg decide to come in the pit lane? Number 11. Yes, he does. What a surprise. Rodolfo. What's he going to decide to do? Well, you know what's going to happen here. Everybody who hasn't pitted already has to come into the pit lane to get the fuel they need to get to the end of the pit to the end of the race. Disaster then for Number, who's going to be up to full speed. How many of these cars is he going to get past on merit here, Andy? It looks like he'll get through past a few, but only up to P6.
Yeah, P6 for Number, but it's you know, it's funny, we just mentioned a lap ago about the kind of top 5 and where are they going to decide to pit, and they all get a cheap pit stop and of course a final scheduled one of this race, but Number finds himself in 6th after trying to make his way through the order. Drivers all being alerted by race control to stay right before they go through the bridge, and that is the reason why, because there we are, we do have the recovery vehicle out there just to kind of protect the number 1 car of Lucas, which finds himself unfortunately upside down, and we'll soon find out why that occurred. But Number, currently 6th place, got his teammate just ahead of him as well, and yeah, let's find out what happened with that incident.
Here is the replay then, and let's see what happened to that car. A little bit of an issue getting that replay to you. We'll get it back and show you it very shortly. Yes, Andy, we now have the cars bunching themselves back up together. It's going to be Fatal leading Sidus's Sami Lipmanen ahead of Joni, but they're all back together again. And, well, this is going to be exactly what Gabor wanted. Fatal is back in a position where he can be swallowed up by his teammate Sami.
Yes, very much.
Oh, it's going to be a quick safety car here. Sorry, Andy. Safety car in this lap.
Just noticed that they're very, very short phase for this one. So Lipmanen has got a big opportunity here potentially to get past Fatal. Of course, it'll be very interesting to see how he approaches, because Fatal did extend a very impressive lead through that last stint, but now, of course, has it all to do.
Here comes the replay for what happened to Lucas as we're heading down to the... Oh, he dropped it on his own. I think he was distracted looking in the rearview mirror and just dropped it all on his own. That looked like a completely unforced error on Lucas's part there. So safety car in this lap, Andy. We are going to go for our next green flag.
Yes, and again, let's see how Fatal approaches this restart. He's already backed up quite a lot of the field, and in fact, that looks like he's gone. He has indeed. He's gone quite early. So Fatal gets this race underway as the drivers all make their way through the last few corners. We are racing once again here at Fern Bay, but it looks like there's a little bit of drama already unfolding here. Firestarter on the outside here, and coming under a little bit of pressure. It does indeed concede at one position. It looks like he's going to concede another, because there Onifis does indeed make that move before they go through the chicane, and Firestarter's offline as well, so could be a little bit vulnerable going down the straight as well from Ayub, who is currently in 10th place.
Yeah, the Fragmaster's Armada just mugging Firestarter there as they all head through. Al Payson there at the back, not able to get past Abe just yet. But while all that was going on, Fatal had a perfect restart. Sami Lipmanen not able to be as effective at the restart as he maybe wanted to, and has dropped back slightly into the clutches of Joni. But yeah, Joni equally unable to get past Sami. So Fatal's absolutely flying here, as we've got Abe versus Firestarter. Abe on the left screen there, and had to back out as Firestarter goes off into the wall hard. Oh, this is a disaster for the air attack driver so late in the race, and that's more drama, and luckily didn't manage to flip the car, so can get it back round to pit lane. But with all the cars bunched up, it's a disaster.
Yeah, it's not good news at all, unfortunately, for Firestarter. Not been a good lap at all. It all seemed to start just there at turn 1 where he lost a couple of places and just struggled to get the momentum that he needed to really press on. So not been good news at all for him. But all the meanwhile, Zago here potentially looking to make a move up the inside as well. Thinks better of it. A little bit of a gap between him and, of course, the stricken Firestarter. Paolo should make that move, you would have thought, before they go round the start-finish straight. But yes, lots of drama here as we enter the final phase of this race. And Pete, this is again particularly for the solo entries where it will be quite challenging for them. They've had to go through so much here at this race, and that is where again there is that opportunity for errors to begin to creep in.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, most of the drivers on the grid have done this race solo, and you and I both know that once you've spent this long in the car, it's not entirely comfortable, is it, Andy? You're used to stints that are no longer really than 3.5 hours, at a push. But these guys have been concentrating flat out for, well, we're 3.5 hours now. So Al Payson there in a fight with Pedro BR. And these two are going to go through the chicane side by side. Surely not. No, Pedro backs out just in the nick of time, with Zago ready to get in should he give him a whisper. But yeah, what a fantastic endurance race we've been given this evening, courtesy of the Fox Friday team, the Fragmasters team. We've got Onifus versus Resolver, and while we look at this, we should mention that we no longer have any Road Appraiser cars in the race. They've all gone.
Yes, indeed, and looks like again Onifus is trying to try and do everything he can here, and look at this, almost side by side here as they're going into chicane. Surely not, and that doesn't happen in the end. But yeah, this is it. It's going to be an interesting battle here in this kind of, again, it's the same sort of space that was spoken about between 5th and 10th. That's been a very, very close cluster throughout this race, and Ayub here currently 9th place with just a bit of clear air around him either side, actually. So let's see if Ayub can begin to close the gap on the team of cars ahead of him. So Ayub currently still making his way around the final phase of the lap, so to speak. But just looking further ahead, Onifus has indeed made the move on number. There he is indeed. There is Onifus, who makes the move on number. And number again coming under a little bit of pressure here from Rodolfo as well, potentially by the looks of it. So let's see how this train of cars approaches the last couple of corners. Number will have to, I suspect, go defensive because he's dropped back ever so slightly there from Onifus, who will be setting his sights firmly on Christian in P5. So let's see how number gets on around here. But Pete, it's one that we mentioned about the risk of kind of errors creeping in towards the end of a race. Do you think the number of safety cars that we've had has kind of contributed to that as well, because it's been a little bit stop-start at times as well?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, nobody likes distractions, as we've got two Fragmasters cars side by side. Number coming into contact with Rodolfo there, unusual. Dropping down, unfortunately, to P8. Rodolfo up to P7, good for him. Yeah, I think, no one's been able to really settle into a rhythm. Everyone's had to be thinking about their strategy, and that makes it really difficult on your brain to focus. You've got to do all this calculation. You've got to, should I pit, shouldn't I? It's all stressed, and you just can't settle into a rhythm. I did mention, as we've got Onifus versus Christian here, Onifus getting through to the top of this Fragmaster train. I did mention that all the Road Appraiser cars were out. In fact, that's wrong, because Ayub is driving with one of the Road Appraiser drivers, Doc.
Yes, and it's been an interesting stint for Ayub, because of course was much higher up the order earlier on, but it's just unfortunately the last phase of this race or so hasn't quite gone to plan for him. But of course, lots of time still to go, and lots of cars very close by as well. So let's see how he approaches this one. Just noticing that gap at the front as well. Fatal and Litmanen is just under a second once more. So Fatal's not been able to extend that gap at the moment.
No, he hasn't. This is incredible, frankly. Sammy Lipmanen spent a long time away from LFS. Fatal has not, and yet Sammy Lipmanen is still there, very much still there in this fight. Apologies there for the slight cut in footage, but there we go. Sammy Lipmanen.
It's Christian spun it. Yes, Christian spins it in the final sector on his own, I believe, and that's cost him the chance to be behind Boniface and on behind AU.
Disappointment there for Christian, unfortunately, particularly if it is an unforced error and he's coming under a little bit of pressure from the. Well, in fact, it looks like there's a little bit of pressure there from the cars behind him as well. So, yeah, disappointment there for Christian to say the least. And looks like there's not too. I think there's not too much damage there on the car. Should be able to hopefully nurse that car home. But yeah, disappointing one to say the least.
Yeah, certainly I have to get figuring out exactly what happened to Christian. It just looked like he touched the grass and powered himself off into a slide. But yeah, it's very close for positions 4 and 5, but also 2 and 3 in front of this current battle. So we'll see if either of these potential battles ends in a change. We can see the helicopter cam. Catilla is so close to Lipmanen. They remain even keeled so far, but in fairness, they just have to stay single file here for the moment. Fatal is not being able to extend that gap as much as he would have liked. So yeah, this is certainly a fierce battle for this final quarter of the race.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, people just going to say this is an interesting dilemma here for Fatal, because if the 2 cars behind him continue to scrap, he has the opportunity, of course, to extend his lead. But does he potentially just try and force those 2 cars to bunch together and create an environment for the 2 of them to battle, and then he can really focus on putting the fast laps in? So will he just deliberately go a little bit slowly around here and just try and force Lipmanen to go defensive against Joni Catilla as a result? So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one.
Well, whatever's happened, Joni giving Sammy the hurry up, as you can see very clearly, has worked, because Fatal is now within touching distance of Sammy. Joni has just passed some of his energy over to that car, I think. Like, come on, get a move on, we've got to catch him. They can't let him get away, as we've got someone peeling into the pit lane in the background. It's Boniface. That's unusual. I mean, is it unusual, actually? Let's have a look at our graphic here. That is not a scheduled stop. Boniface has done something slightly awry there, which has forced him into the pit lane at a terrible time. He's dropping all the way down the order to P13, so a disastrous strategy in the end for Boniface. But yeah, Sammy Lipmanen's been given the hurry up, and Fatal can now see the thing he's been seeing for the last year, Owen, especially, a Sidus livery catching him.
Yeah, wherever you go, that purple and white is never far away. And Fatal will certainly want to keep him where he is right now. The portion of the track that's here at the minute may help him out, but only for about another minute, because we've seen overtakes even at the chicane, the 15, 16, 17. There have been times where the cars have been able to swap positions there, a little bit kick of the grass. So yeah, the real overtaking point will be at turn 20. Fatal's lead. We'll see if it's going to make a difference here at the downhill right, getting onto the runoff, and now staying in the middle of the track, getting a lot of curb down the left. There we go. It's for 45 hundredths of a second there. More curbs out at turn 20. So yeah, it's blow for blow count here, seeing who will give up the time first.
Yeah, Zago's gone off the track trying to catch up to Paolo Waleski, and manages to get back on the track and carry on. just pulling away from our lead battle for a moment. But Sami Lipmanen, well, he's so close to Fatal. Yoni hasn't managed to follow Sami, but Sami has taken a swig of his energy drink, guys, because look at this. He might have a slipstream effort here.
Yeah, he could well do here potentially, and this is the time in the race to strike us, I suppose.
Here we go.
Look at that, Yoni Catilla's dropped off ever so slightly. This could be it. This could be the move for the lead. Fatal goes defensive, he takes the narrow line, so Lipmanen will have to go the long way round, but I think side by side, indeed Fatal does have enough to make that move stick. Lipmanen hadn't have to be backing out of that move, but it's not over yet. Let's see if he can finally try and make his way through.
This is the reason we watch sim racing, Owen.
Yeah, you bet. This is the crucial times of the race when it all pays off. All the hours of practice and all the preparations for the broadcast and the stewarding. This is what we love to see. A little bit later on the brakes there was Lipmanen. Couldn't get any more ahead before turn-in. This is now a second opportunity. I don't think he's got enough overspeed though. He would have needed more time behind Fatal to get that slipstream boost. So he'll sit in behind. Yeah, Fatal has that covered for now. And now there'll be another single file instance, I should say. Fatal actually does gain a tiny bit there out of the uphill left.
Fair play, Fatal. Fair play, everyone at the front of this race. Yoni Catilla has been brought back into play. Sami Lipmanen has held Fatal up just enough to bring Yoni back into this, and Fatal is doing everything right at the moment to withstand what is only described as intense pressure from the four-time champion. Fragmaster's leading the Fragmasters Fox Friday Endurance Special here on Sim Broadcast. Thank you for joining us. If you're enjoying this, share it with your friends, because we're about to have the last 15 laps of this one, and well, if you're familiar with Fox Friday, you'll know that the name Sami Lipmanen is one you don't want to drop attention from. Neither is Fatal, and neither is Yoni Catilla at the front of this race. It's going to be great. Let's finish this one in style and see who comes out on top. It can only be one of these guys.
Can indeed, and there's an interesting situation here for Yoni Catilla, because he's seen the two cars ahead of him scrapping. Does he decide to get involved here as well, or does he just bide his time and look to pick up the pieces at the end of it? So this is a very, very interesting situation for Catilla, to say the least. Let's see how he approaches it this time round on the 86th lap of the race. Looks like Lipmanen's gone a little bit wide there just on the exit of turn 1. That could potentially leave him vulnerable to a move from Catilla here, potentially, because Fatal has got a very good couple of contenders. Oh dear, we've got another safety car. It's the 9th safety car here at this event. That neutralises the race once more, and it's another big talking point here at Fern Bay.
It's in the final sector, so it's possible we can get this one turned around relatively quickly. So the leaders have only just gone through the first sector, so we're going to have a bit of a wait here. But my, Sami Lipmanen is on pace. He's found his pace at the end of this race. Fatal is clinging on for dear life, and now we have a couple of safety car laps. The 9th? No, is it the 9th?
I believe it is the 9th safety car.
Oh my goodness me, we're almost into double digits of safety cars. Unbelievable. Well, 9th safety car it is, called by Jonathan Prevost, now leading the way for the New Dimension Racing sanctioning portion of this event. We thank them, of course, for volunteering their services to this event. To just, it just increases the drama, and it increases the realism, it increases the fun, and well, drama has been the word of the day since about, well, when was our first safety car? About 15 or 20 laps in to this race, and we are back to this situation where the field will condense back together slightly. These guys at the front are really pushing to try and to get round to the back of the lap. They're going to be asked by race control to slow down, because they'll be going past the incident shortly. But they're still absolutely flat out trying to minimise the amount of time that the rest of the field has to catch up. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, it's very much a case of if you have it, then I need to have it too. The mutually assured destruction sort of attitude here. And Fatal is even tire weaving on the straight, so the guys are not going to pit. They're staying firmly in track position. Yeah, everyone should be clear to go on these tires and fuel. Maybe someone at the back might want to take a gamble on fuel just to top it up a little bit more. You never know. Yeah, it is a case where it's all to play for now, and we can finally see the safety car bunch everyone up.
The gamble you can make if you're at the back is to go into the pits and put R1s on and do qualifying to the end. But the problem is your R1s are probably going to have trouble if you do it this soon. If the safety car comes in the last 5 laps or so, then, you know, if you're at the front and you want to have a bit of fun, at the back and you want to have a bit of fun and try and get as far forward as you can, then R1s and go for a qualifying run might be fun. But anyway, we will see. We've got a replay queued up. Let's hope it works this time. And we'll see what this is about. So our replay of the day would appear to be the incident with Paolo Waleski rolling the car all on his own. So there we go.
It's a strange incident, that one, wasn't it? It was just a clip of the curb, and then it was like the car just jumped over, really, wasn't it? You know, I'm kind of surprised that it did flip to the extent of that there.
There's a lot of grip, and there's also the curbs around Fern Bay, as you would have seen on your inspection laps, Andy. They're huge, so yeah, it can happen. Take too much and it will bite. Safety car is in this lap, so another quick turnaround from the guys at NDR. So, safety car number 9 is almost out of the way, and we will be left to complete the final 10 or so laps of the race, hopefully in peace. I mean, how many more incidents can there be? We've still got 16 cars left, which is remarkable after this much drama. But it is Fatal who leads the way from Sami Litmanen, Silas Monkey, aka Yoni Katila, for his efforts, is in P3. Roger Chen in P4, Number in P5, he's been up and down like a yo-yo today. Ayub in P6, Christian P7, Rodolfo P8, Payson in P9, and Pedro Biar, your top 10. Final sector approaching. We will be green very shortly.
Yeah, this gives Roger Chen and Number another opportunity, but you have to feel the exceptional driving from Yannick Tilla, Sami Litmanen, and Fragmaster Fatal. They will be the candidates to win, as you suspect, really, if they can keep that going for one last burst. So yeah, we'll see now what Fatal has planned for the getaway. Very measured tire warming there, doesn't need to shake and weave around. So Sammy is going to be observant of all of this and seeing, yeah, there he goes. And it looks like everyone has responded appropriately. They're close enough. So we're back to green flag racing.
Green flag called by second race director today. The race has gone on that long. It's Jonathan Prevost, and we've got action across the line. Cars side by side, but it will be Fatal who leads them down into turn 1. In the lead, Sami Litmanen hugging on in P2. We've got tyres and metal scraping in the background. This is Pedro Biar versus Payson and another couple of FM cars in the mix. But it's a clean getaway for Fatal. He's away.
Yeah, really good clean getaway there from Fatal, and I think the cars behind have bunched up ever so slightly as well, which will really play into Fatal's hand. Roger Chen here, currently 4th place, will maybe be trying to make a look on the inside of Johnny Catilla here. He could throw that car up the inside, 12 laps to go. He does indeed. Oh, it looked like he was going to do it, but Catilla closes the door. Meanwhile, Payson's made a move on this as well, and Pedro's just dropped down to 11th place. Side by side goes Ayub and I thought that was Rodolfo going either side there, but yeah, lots of action here under the restart for the 9th time of asking at Fern Bay. 12 laps to go, of course, so this is going to be a real shootout to the finish.
Yeah, this has been somewhat more of a marathon in the commentary box than maybe we expected coming into this evening, but I'm enjoying it immensely, so it doesn't matter, does it? It's a great way to spend a Friday. Pedro here, trying to cling on at the back. It doesn't matter where you are on this grid, there's something going on, there's some drama somewhere. But fair play, Fatal once again has taken a perfectly clean restart and has managed to maintain the lead. It's not as easy as it looks at the front, is it?
Absolutely no chance now. This is extremely difficult. No matter what, you have seen pretty much relentless driving for all these guys, and it's not over yet. So they might make it look easy, but it's anything but.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Interesting that Fatal's brought out a lead of half a second now already. And again, there's a bit of a kind of recurring scene here developing where Gatilla is putting Lippmann under a little bit of pressure here. So let's see how this unfolds, because you know, if you're Gatilla, you could potentially just kind of bide your time here a little bit, rather than if the two cars start scrapping, that allows Fatal to disappear and off into the sunset. So it's a tricky point in the race here for Gatilla. If he wants to make a move, he's really got to time it to perfection.
Yeah, it looks like Yoni is the next car to make a move at the front if he has the opportunity, because Fatal has used, you know, you mentioned it before, Andy, the problems associated with the stop-start race. It looks like Sammy, even though the margins are still so tight, he was on a charge just before the safety car, and now he's got to find that energy again.
Yeah, definitely, and it's so much of motorsport is about momentum, isn't it? You know, we talk all the time about trying to just carry as much speed with you through the corners of a track, for instance, but a lot of it is that race management and building yourself up. And you know, when you make a couple of moves, it really does give you that confidence to continue making your way through the field. But you know, drivers can pick themselves up once or twice a race potentially, but to ask them to do it 9 times through safety cars is a big ask indeed. So let's see how Gatilla approaches this one. He is still very much within striking range, so we could potentially see a move on the next lap. All meanwhile at the front though, Fatal is that gap of 0.8 of a second, so it's very much been a good lap for him. And just notice again on the timing sheets, Roger Chen, Number and Christian just all dropping off ever so slightly as well, so very much is a fight between this front three at the moment as we ride on board with Gatilla currently in 3rd place. Let's see if he can just again use as much of that slipstream available to him to again just do everything he can to put the car in front under pressure. Takes a nice clean line there, hugging the apex, but it's Lippmann just got a little bit loose in contrast as he comes through the final couple of corners now. Fatal 0.8 of a second was the gap. Let's see if he's managed to extend that ever so slightly as they cross the start-finish line for lap number 90, and through up the inside goes Gatilla. He has indeed made that move and goes into 2nd place. So Yoni Gatilla goes into 2nd, but he of course will now have to defend with everything he can through the chicane here. Will Lippmann make the move through and into the inside, into that right-hander, where time and time again drivers have made overtaking manoeuvres. He's got to do everything he can here to try and get back into 2nd place, because if these two drivers continue to scrap, Fatal has every chance of pulling up a big gap at the front of this race.
Yeah, I think Sammy lifted off slightly too early. I think he was spooked maybe. I don't know what happened there, but he lifted off a little bit too much. Maybe he thought he had enough of the slipstream. But yeah, he wasn't able to get through in that classic braking zone down into that right-hander. And again, he can't do it here either. He's not close enough. He's trying to get in Yoni's blind spot. Did you see that? He was trying to spook him so that Yoni didn't know where he was. He's throwing everything at this to try and get past. It's brilliant. But all the meanwhile, they are handing time, hand over fist, to Fragmaster's Mr. Fatal.
Yeah, this is sort of a chance. The mind games for Lippmann. It wasn't to be in that case, but if Yoni can draw more strength and get his consistency back and keep Lippmann away, there is definitely a chance at the win. But the gap goes up to 1.22 seconds.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of lap that Fatal wants at this stage of the race. You know, if he can get a comfortable buffer between him and the chasing pack, it really does take the pressure off towards the end, and he's been so consistent here throughout as well. So Catilla's got it all to do if he wants to try and take the win here. It is very much possible, as Owen mentioned, but of course Lippmann will be keen to have his say as well. So very interesting finale building up here at Fern Bay. It looks like it is going to be a front three because Roger Chen has just dropped off again ever so slightly to number Christian and Ayub as well, who are all having a scrap between themselves, and it does look like really good action just at the end of the shot here between those cars as well. But it is indeed that man there, Johnny Catella, second place at the moment, and he has got his sights firmly set on the leader of Fatal.
Yeah, I mean, he left it long enough, didn't he? Blimmin' heck, he's been climbing the order, and finally, he's managed to get past Sammy Lippmann. No mean feat, it has to be said, and, well, can Yoni go all the way? Can he manage to catch up to Fatal? He's got second wind, Andy. He's 1.17 seconds. Let's keep an eye on this as we start to tick off the sectors. We are on 10 laps to go in the Fox Friday Endurance, celebrating 13 complete seasons of Fragmaster's Fox Friday. This is round 2 of the 2023 season, as Number now fancies a bit of action. He's back on the cameras, having a go at Roger Chen, surely not into the chicane. Nope, not this time round. He'll have to wait for a little bit longer before he can pull a move like that off. But yeah, 10 laps to go here. Fatal leads ahead of Yoni Catilla. Sammy Lippmann drops to 3rd. Roger Chen in 4th, Number in 5th, Christian in P6. Ayub, teammates with the sole remaining road appraiser driver in this race, Doc. Then we've got Rodolfo in P8, Onifus in P9, and Al Payson rounds out the top 10 in our 6 Fragmasters drivers that are currently occupying the top 10 positions.
That's pretty good hit ratio there for Fragmasters. Having all their cars that are still in the race up in all in the top 10 there, so they should be very pleased if they can just keep this going.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a very important point that, you know, in these endurance races, you know, if you could just, a lot of it is about managing the car and just see in the end this is the point in the race where you can really get the benefits from that. Lots of drivers in very strong positions at the moment, but none more so than that man there, Fatal. 1.1 second is the gap though, but look at that, there is Johnny Catella hot on his heels, and he's got a little bit of advantage there. It looks about 0.8 of a second or so between him and Lippmann, so looks like Johnny Catella has got the momentum on his side, and this is the tricky one for Fatal now as well, because he's come up against a driver that's now full of confidence and doing everything he can to win this race. So very interesting dynamics beginning to unfold here.
Yeah, 9 laps to go, including this one, yeah. And, well, we still have a very tight top 3. This is a gift that keeps on giving. If you're just joining us, then welcome along. You have missed, wait for it, 9 safety cars. Yes, you heard that right, 9 safety cars. And as you can hear from my voice, it's been quite full of drama, and my voice is definitely feeling the burn after this long. But joining me in the commentary box tonight has been Andy Alston, Owen Harmon, Zdenek Sagash, Fragmaster's Fraz joined us for a little while, and in the background through all of this, managing the broadcast has been Chris McElroy, pointing our cameras at the right things. So yeah, quite a team effort as usual, but we are into the final moments now, and we are on the edge of our seats. Who on earth is going to win this one? Right now, Fatal is in control, but his advantage is slipping slowly towards Johnny Catilla and Sammy Lippmann.
Yeah, the margins are so fine, but it's stabilized at 1.23 seconds. Yeah, it feels like the Finnish drivers have to get some teamwork, I suppose, if you want to put it that way. If they're going to catch Fatal, they have to probably put in a period of truce and just try and put the leader under the spotlight and see if anything can happen at the end.
Yes, that's a very good point, Owen, because again, at this point of the race, if second in place continues to fight, it's game over for a race win. So I suspect Littmanen knows all about that and just wants to really almost work together here, and then we could see a late move for this win here at Fern Bay. So very interesting to see how that approach goes. But let's take a look at some of the action as well, just down the road, because some really good scrapping here. Rodolfo here has got Ayub in number. Roger Chain as well in 4th place. So lots of really good racing here throughout the field. But let's see if Rodolfo can potentially move into the top 5. Is very much on there. 6th place just ahead of him in Ayub, so it's very much doable for him. Rodolfo's had a strong race, and we'll be keen to end it on a high.
Well, this has been a spectacle and a treat. We are 16 cars remaining.
Safety car aboard.
And we have a 10.
Flags car upside down on
my
the backside of the green.
I'll let someone else say it.
It's number 11, Tallenberg, who had a disconnect a little while ago, but he was able to get his laps back and even compete for positions again. And unfortunately, that has been a severe roll. That is before turn 16, I believe. So no, after turn 16, just before 17 and 18. So yeah, that's gone badly wrong. The suspension is bent as well on the rear right. So yeah, that's given us the grandstand finish. So no more truces. All up for grabs.
10 safety cars. That's got to be some sort of record. I mean, I don't know how many safety cars there used to be in the old days of the Kyoto 500 by NDR, but if anyone knows the answer to the most number of safety cars in an LFS endurance race, including, yes, the 24 hours, then please get the stats books out, ladies and gents, and find out that number for me. 10 safety cars. Are you having a joke? Tallenberg, well, unlucky for him, he rejoined the race at some point. He was a number of laps down. He was given his laps back, I believe. But there he is at the side of the track, just after the Mickey Mouse chicane before Sector 3. And, well, one of the rescue cars is on the scene. That's Magic for Race Green. And, well, actually, gents, I think we might have to interview the quite a number of the stewarding team who've been busier than some of the drivers today.
Yeah, it's definitely fair play to them. They've put in a very impressive shift here at Fern Bay. It's you know, and kind of Pete, you mentioned it earlier about just adding to the spectacle of the event, and it absolutely does that. You know, it's fantastic to have the hard work of the team here to really just add to the drama. And there we do have the leaders who have caught up now with the safety car, and I just wonder if this safety car plays into the hands of Fatal slightly, because Yoni Catilla was closing them down ever so slightly, albeit there could have been a bit of a truce between Catilla and Littmanen. But I wonder if this just gives Fatal a chance to have a breather, to pause, reflect, reset, and then look ahead and attack this final phase of the race.
Well, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Owen, but this is not what Fatal wanted. Last time he was able to keep, they were able to push so hard around the lap that they were able to keep the rest of the field from catching up. But look, they're all stacking up behind. All of Fatal's teammates are there ready to get involved. And I don't know, at this point, you know, Yoni was on a charge. So I think you might be right, Andy. I think Fatal will actually be a little bit relieved maybe about this.
Yeah, I'll just say that, yeah, there might be drivers in the mid-pack who might want to go for a dice roll and see what comes up. And if they can make it pay off, great. But that could alter certainly the thinking at the restart, because there will be drivers thinking, yeah, this is the chance I've been waiting all evening for, and I may as well go for it. So we know the rules for the crossing the line procedure is after the safety car. You cannot overtake until you cross the start-finish line again. So we'll see if any drivers take a gamble. So we'll cross over to a replay.
Yeah, here's a replay of what happened, and it was a completely unforced error. What on earth happened there? Tallenberg just he had a wobble going into the Mickey Mouse chicane and just spaffs it into the tyres, and there's no other real way of describing that one, Andy.
No, there's not. I think it's important to look in the context of it's the end of the race, I suppose. These things can happen in terms of, it's a big ask for these drivers. 100 laps here at Fern Bay, and unfortunately, just when you run wide, sometimes the car just goes so light, and it can be difficult to recover from that. And he just found himself on the wrong side of the road through the tyre wall in spectacular style. And unfortunately, it brings out the safety car once again here at Fern Bay.
10 times it's been out, and well, how many times has Fatal had to do a restart now? It's certainly climbing that number, and we're going to be left with a 5 or is it 6 lap dash to the end. I think it's going to be lap 6 laps to go. In fact, no, it won't. It will be 5. So we'll have a 5-lap grandstand finish with the 15 cars we have left in our race today. The safety car, for a bit of trivia, is on lap 50 of 100. Sorry, 15 of 100. Yeah, I don't think that's even an accurate number of laps. I think it's done more than that, to be honest. 15 laps for the safety car currently.
Let's say the average time spent out on track is 3. Multiply by 10, you get 30. So maybe about 27, 28 laps of safety car running. Yeah, I'd have to be absolutely certain of that. But yeah, I think that's a better estimate.
Well, if anyone thinks that they're interested in getting involved in safety cars, this is a great advert for it, isn't it? I mean, there's just so many opportunities to get involved here in the mix. It's been really entertaining to watch. Who would have thought 10 safety cars? And yes, it's a 100 lap race, but 10 safety cars in this event is quite remarkable, to say the least. But of course, it just creates all the more drama for us. And it won't be long until the action gets underway for the final time here in this event. Of course, safety car still out at the moment. We don't have confirmation from race control as to when it will be back in, but all the meanwhile, Fatal doing everything he can there just to try and get as much heat as possible into the tyres. We're hearing that the track is clear, so this could well be the last outing for the safety car. We'll await official confirmation, of course, from race control.
Yeah, it almost certainly will be the final lap. I'm going to get some confirmation from the safety car. There we go, from race control. And yeah, applications on a postcard to sponsor the Sim Broadcast's safety car, because there's enough times it's been on track this evening. It may as well be getting sponsorship money. Well, it's currently being sponsored by Live for Speed and NDR. So there you go. NDR definitely deserve it tonight, I think. Okay, final couple of sectors to go before we have a 5-lap grandstand finish during the Fox Friday Endurance Special by Fragmasters. Going to be great. Don't go anywhere. So Fatal is going to start to control the pace soon, as the safety car will disappear. The safety car is actually getting quite some exuberant driving going on there. Faku 23 is piloting the safety car this evening. So now Fatal takes control of the pace, starts to back up the pack. And Yoni Catilla is looking racy. He needs to be careful not to get too close. Doesn't want to cause an incident at this point. Neither does Fatal. So when's he going to go?
I think he will try a bunch up. Yeah, this is certainly patience on Yoni's part. He's just staying still, while Fatal is certainly more wild on the weaving now. There he goes.
Yeah, he's gone, but Yoni hasn't made the best start. Sammy's made a good start. Sammy might have a chance on the back of Yoni here. In fact, he will.
5 laps remaining. 5 to go.
Jonathan Palmer gives the restart. 5 laps to go, and Sammy Lippinen streaks past Yoni Catilla on the restart. Yoni He'll be gutted, but can he make it back?
That's a difficult one, isn't it? And again, we spoke so often about the importance of momentum and confidence in taking that into your kind of stints within the race. And this is a big ask now for Joni Katila after that setback, because we know Lippmann and we know how fast he is, and we know that he will very much be looking to win this race. Fatal's got a gap of 0.4 of a second at the front though, and just has a little bit of breathing space here as we get all set for this 5-lap shootout. We'll have a big move going up the inside there by Number. So Number is going into 4th place on Roger Chen, who will not give this one up yet because they go side by side down the back straight and into the chicane. Will Number be able just to close the door here in time? Side by side again, Number on the outside in the initial phase of the chicane. He has to concede the position, so Number goes back down into 5th place and into the clutches of Ayub here, who could potentially be looking to make a move. He does have a go at it, but Number's too busy looking ahead of him and trying to make a move back on Roger Chen. Not able to do it this time round, but lots of great action here at Fern Bay.
Yeah, it's delightful, Andy. I'm so glad you're able to enjoy it with us, and there's still a little bit more to go. We'll see exactly what the situation is at the front. It's 0.4 of a second between Fatal and Lippmann for the lead. We have side by side there in the midfield. It's Pedro versus Payson, and Payson has been hit. He's going to be spun 180 degrees. And that'll be another bit of work for the stewards.
He's rejoined in front of Johnny SVK, or is it Mies? He's joined in front of Mies. Mies has driven such a quiet race. I don't think we've seen Mies on the camera much. That's Mika Sarkinen has been collected by Al Payson, and there's going to be a stewards inquiry. The stewards have been so busy tonight, but there's no way that's not going to get discussed. Oh my goodness me. But back at the front, it's Sami Lippmann, and it's all Sami Lippmann. Can he win this thing? Fatal is under pressure.
Oh, it's 0.2 of a second. Dive bomb city. Oh, so close.
Well, you wanted Grandstand finish. This is the Grandstand finish to end all Grandstand finishes. 3 laps to go after this one, and Sami Lippmann just went for a move. It was a bit half-hearted, but he went for it, and it didn't pay off in this instance. Joni Katila has been given another chance to grab the slipstream if he can. Oh my goodness me, guys, this is going to be an ending.
Yeah, Joni Katila, do not count him out of this race just yet, because he has a big opportunity to get involved here. But it all depends on whether Lippmann and Fatal will begin to scrap Number once more, having a go at Roger Chen at the same corner as he did last time. He makes the move stick this time. We've got a little bit of a gap into the bargain as well, so should be able to hold off Roger Chen there. He takes the narrow line just to underline the fact. So Number goes into 4th place at the moment and is very much leading that train of cars. Roger Chen still not quite done just yet, but he's got to go the long way round. Number once more closing the door and holding on to 4th place.
Yeah, but while they're battling, they're bringing everybody behind back into contention. Abe will be sniffing this and will be eyeing up potentially 4th place. It looks like the podium is disappearing off into the distance. There's a 2.5 second gap between Joni and Number, because Number's so busy defending now then from Roger Chen. But you can't ask for any closer than this. The top 3 are glued together from 4th place to, where is that? That's down to Christian, all grouped together, and then Rodolfo to Mies, our 3rd group, if you like. But yeah, can Sami Lippmann do what he needs to do in the next 3 laps?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he approaches this one. Lippmann takes quite a narrow line there in comparison to the both Fatal and Joni Katila. But let's see if Lippmann can just begin to reel in Fatal. 0.4 of a second is the gap currently between the leader and 2nd place, with Katila just close behind. It looks like Christian is going to make a move here potentially as well. He does indeed make the move into 7th place on his teammate there, Onifis. So good move there from Christian, and he will set his sights firmly on Ayub in 6th place.
So far, Fatal is doing just enough to hang on to the top step of the podium with 2 and a bit laps to go. And this is nail-biting stuff if you're a Fragmaster driver, but not as much as if your name is Fatal right now. He's driven this race solo. Sami Lipmanen, of course, teamed up with Gabor for this one. Gabor drove the first just under half the race, and Sami's been in since just before the halfway mark to bring the car to the end. Mies is in the pits at the moment, doing his 7th pit stop of the race. The only other car with that many stops is Number in P4. An astonishing number of pit stops, but not as many as Johnny SVK, who I've just noticed has done 8 stops this race.
Yeah, well, these safety cars have certainly bunched the field up more often than not. So yeah, the pit stop number not quite as telling as you would have hoped. But yeah, these guys at the front, whether they've kept it very tight at the front, or else certainly in the case of Yanni, he had that massive loss of concentration under a safety car and had to fight his way back all the way up again.
Yeah, definitely. And if we reflect on that moment as well, and if you had said to Jokitel at that point, you're a couple of laps away from potentially winning this race, you would have been absolutely delighted with that outcome. But credit where it's due, it's been a very strong recovery drive from the number 30 car, and he could well potentially make it a move here. Just got more drama again, just further behind. Christian currently P7, looking to make a move on. Ayupia potentially just up the road, so lots of drama there. That's giving Number in 4th place a little bit of breathing room as well, potentially just to try and consolidate 4th place. There he is, just making his way through the chicane there with Roger Chen looking to put him under a little bit of pressure. But back at the front, it's half a second between Fatal and Lipmanen, and there is Joni Katila in 3rd place in the Alfa Romeo liveried car.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, some people in the chat are asking how long this race has been going on for. Well, they only make calendars with 1 year on them. No, I'm kidding. It's only been 4 and a bit hours. I think we didn't quite expect it to go on that long, 4 hours quarter. But you can't ever imagine you're going to get 10 safety cars, can you? So yeah, we've been here a while, but we are on 2 laps to go, and Joni Katila, well, has he been saving his tyres? I can see puffs of smoke leaving his tyres, so I think the answer to that is no. Or is he just starting to push now, or has he always been flat out? I think the answer is the latter. I don't think anyone's holding anything in reserve at this point in time. Let's ride on board with him for the remainder of the next few corners at least, and let's see what's going on. Fatal is proving he has strength in abundance, because don't forget, he won the Roni's Tuesday Fun Race Extra Large Championship in 2022, proving his ability to jump into any car at any track and relatively, and be there at the top. And he's proving tonight that he's got the ingredients of a Fox champion, and he's currently holding up 4 times Fox Friday champion Sami Lipmanen for the win at the moment, with Joni Katila, who's also no slouch, as you know, in P3. Final lap.
Leader on final lap.
Yeah, this is the big 100 now. Can Fatal negotiate these sweeping curves? The count is 31 in total to get to the victory that he so desires. Here we go. Sector 1 is so quick. Thankfully, he has the cushion necessary. He doesn't need to pick different lines to maintain his position. Yeah, he just has to mind those barriers on each side. And now this is the breaking point. We've seen so many overtakes here, so many attempted overtakes, but it's not possible for Lipmanen at this stage.
Yeah, a little bit of a wobble on the exit. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, just about to say the same there, Pete. Just Lipmanen a little bit messy on the exit of that corner. That could bring Catilla into contention, but all the meanwhile it's 0.6 of a second is the gap for Fatal, so he's halfway there. He's just got to do everything he can to bring that car home, and he will have the win here. But Lippmann and Catilla both doing everything they can to put him under as much pressure as possible.
Yeah, if anything, I want to say Fatal's opened up the gap a little bit. This is really, really impressive stuff. Whatever happens, they can all be pleased with themselves. You're currently looking at the podium, but we've still got half that to go. Let's see what's going to happen. Fatal's about to enter the final sector. Just 2 corners to go. 1. And there we go. He's in the final sector now. And he looks comfortable at the moment. Just a couple of corners. Keep the tyres off the grass. Keep the focus. Don't celebrate too early. Don't push too hard. Just bring it home. You've got a buffer. And Sami Lippmann and Joni Catilla have thrown absolutely everything at this. You can see Sami pushing his car to the absolute limit, but it's not going to be enough. Sami Lippmann will be denied. Gabor will be denied. Joni Catilla will be denied. Because it's all about Fragmaster and Fatal, who wins the Fox Friday Endurance, celebrating 13 complete seasons of Fox Friday in Live for Speed. Second round of the 2023 championship goes the way of Fragmaster's Fatal in what can only be described as one of the craziest races you will ever see in Live for Speed, with 10 safety cars. This event sanctioned by New Dimension Racing. We can't thank the stewards and the 2 race directors we've had this evening, Jonathan Palmer and Jonathan Prevost, enough. I'm sure we're going to speak to a couple of them. Fragmaster's number, after more pit stops than I've had hot dinners this week, comes across the line in P4. Roger Chen in P5. Onifus P6. Ayub in P7. Christian in P8. Rodolfo P9. Zago P10. Pedro BR P11. Firestarter in P12. Al Payson in P13. Johnny SVK in P14. And our final car will be Mika Sarkinen, LG Mies. Wow, what a race, gents. Andy, let's start with you. What do you make of your first commentary in Live for Speed?
Well, that's a fantastic introduction to it, isn't it? You know, really, really entertaining from start to finish here at Fern Bay, and full credit to Fatal for taking the checker flag, because that was a really hard-fought race and a hard-fought victory in particular. Lippmann and Catilla both doing everything they could in the final stages of this race, but it was an event that had so many big talking points throughout, and it was very, very enjoyable indeed, and I'm sure the drivers throughout the field had a great time out there as well.
Yeah, what an event, and well, it can only be described as a fitting race. It has to be said, to celebrate the Fragmaster's milestone. Owen, would you agree? Any extra thoughts on what's been a fantastic race?
Yeah, just put it simply, it is an exceptional way to celebrate the 13th year of the Fox Friday. Now it's year 14 now, so. Yeah, we've seen it all. You would have never predicted what was to come when we had the clean green flag racing in the first third of the race. It just went completely bonkers afterwards. From 1 virtual safety car to 10 complete safety cars. It was completely mind-bending. And to see Fatal win it, despite all that intense pressure from the lead contenders there, is one of the greatest drives I've seen in my time in Live for Speed. That's for definite.
Yeah, Fatal doesn't have anything left to prove after that. That was incredible. He has driven the wheels off that car, and as he puts his Fox firmly in the middle of our podium photograph, let's have a look and celebrate with them. In the middle, you've got Fragmaster's Fatal. On the right-hand side, you've got Joni Catilla, but in second place, denied this time around, Sami Lippmann, who was driving with Gabor for Team Sidus. A very, very well-deserved podium. They were quite a gap in the end, ahead of number. 5 seconds was the gap, and I'm pretty sure we're going to hear from a few of them now. Let's hear from fourth place man first of all. In fact, no, let's hear from our winner. We've got to hear from our winner. Number 94, Fatal Unfair. You're in here. You're in the commentary box. Congratulations! What a race!
Thanks. I thought it was the sweatiest race of my life. I've been awake 40 hours straight. I couldn't sleep last night and still won. Oh.
Goodness me! I mean, that's a stint and a half. I mean, you've driven a 40-hour race. We think we've driven a 40-hour race in the commentary box, but blimey heck, that's something. Okay, so we've got a lot to unpack. First of all, it wasn't straightforward at the beginning. You had to work really, really hard to get to the front, and then when you were at the front and you had to deal with all those safety cars, just tell us through it. What are your highlights?
Well, at the second or first lap, there was a guy who slid in front of me, and I took instantly camber damage to the rear. And I didn't fix it at all. I just tried to get used to it, and finally got used to it. And yeah, I don't know, I don't remember half the race. I'm not feeling great physically.
Well, but driving the car through an issue, that's impressive, yeah.
Yeah, that's just, oh my God. And yeah, the safety cars in the end, I was so worried that I finally made a 10-second gap and then lost it to the safety car. And I was like, oh my God, there's Litti and Joni right behind me. And I managed to keep them behind. Litti was so close to dive bombing me in the end, but oh man, oh yes, it's so good.
Yeah, not many people have survived dive bombs from Samuel Littman like that one, but somehow you did very, very cleanly in the dying laps. Yeah, it takes a special effort to beat out the 4-time champion and, of course, Joni Katila. But you've won with a Fragmaster tag in the event that celebrates 13 complete seasons of Fox Friday. It must mean a lot to you to win that.
Yeah, and I hope it means a lot to the team as well. And I hope they enjoyed having our car at the top.
Yeah, well, I hope you enjoy the bonus you get as a result of this win, if there is any such thing. You thoroughly deserve it. Andy Alston, Owen Harmon, I'll hand over the mic to you for questions to our winner.
Yeah, I suppose my big congratulations from me. I know I've seen you quite often now, but yeah, just what on earth are your plans for the foreseeable future? Because you've put in an extraordinary performance for the first 2 weeks of the new year.
Yeah, probably sleep. I don't know. It depends. Now I have a lot of motivation for the game, so I hope I can keep racing this often, so I can challenge for many different leagues. But we will see. I'm not that consistent, so let's see what we can do.
Fatal, many congratulations. I want to get your thoughts on the last safety car that we had at this race. What was going through your mind at that point? Because you had two very fast drivers putting you under lots of pressure beforehand. How did you approach that final safety car?
Well, I was scrubbing a lot on my tires on the earlier safety cars to have them cool in the end, to just push. But when the final safety car came out, they were a little bit too thin, so I kind of had to save the heating up to the last moment, and I managed it luckily. And then I was just hoping that they won't get me, because I felt like they would be faster in the end. But it's so nice.
Absolutely, no, a fantastic achievement. And when you reflect on just all the hard work and effort that you've put into this race, you must be absolutely delighted to be on the top step of the podium.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's my own setup as well, and finally a setup that I made worked very well for the whole race. It's so good. Yeah, everything just clicked for this race. It's so good.
Well, you're clearly very happy with it, and rightly so. Go and enjoy it. Go and get some sleep, and we'll hope to see you again in the various series that we commentate here on the channel. We really appreciate you joining us in the commentary box. Great interview. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Fatal, congratulations on your win here. Fatal there in the interview room. Who do we want to talk to next? We've got Ayub, we've got Al Payson, Mika Sarkinen and Number waiting for a chat. Let's talk to them in finishing order, shall we? Number, mate, what happened? You did so many pit stops, I lost count, but somehow still ended up in the top 5. Talk us through it. Is he here? Let's have a look. I think he's here. Let's give him a moment. He's probably fallen asleep.
Hello.
Oh, he's here. Hello. How you doing?
Yeah. Just a second. Yeah. I'm okay. I have my wheel upside down and I couldn't find a hotkey for talking, and I didn't realize it was upside down. I guess that's what 4 hours of racing does to a man.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you hear my question, or do you need me to repeat?
Sorry, I didn't. Can you repeat, please?
I think I've forgotten it as well, to be honest. Let's start again. How was it? You did a lot of pit stops. That's the main takeaway. You ended up basically being in every single position it's possible to be in the race, except the front, unfortunately. Tell us how it went. Congrats on fourth, and of course, I bet you're thrilled for your teammate Fatal. I know you're a big supporter of his.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really. I wasn't really sure in my setup and driving, and it took me quite some laps to get used to the car, to get comfortable in it. So I had some stumbles during the way, and then during safety cars, I also took a break. I was expecting to be safety car for one more lap. It wasn't, and I was like a lap down on everybody else. But yeah, it made for an interesting race for me. I went like from last position to P2. And at that point we kind of saw that Fatal has best pace, and me and Christian just went full defensive to help him, and I think we did give him some breathing space, and maybe that helped him in the end. But in the end, he had enough pace on his own. So congrats to him. It's awesome seeing FM driver winning this FM race, but it was a fair fight.
Yeah, I mean, we were just surprised by the number of times you went in the pit lane, but you're absolutely right. So yeah, you basically put all your support behind Fatal, and he turned out to be the right man to bet. I don't know how much attention you were able to pay to the front of the race throughout the time when Fatal was at the front, but he had to put up with the most immense pressure that it's possible to put up with in a Fox. Sammy Lippman right behind him, going for dive bombs into turn one, into the tight right-hander before the back straight. And of course, Yanni Catilla just waiting there to mop up any spills that happened, and he held his own and he won it.
I mean, come on, I wasn't that far behind. I saw it on a track, many times I actually just watched them ahead. I was kind of driving on autopilot.
Fair enough.
Then like I shook myself. You can't do that. You're gonna crash. So I start paying attention to me and my race. Then again I see Yoni and Liti going side by side into fast chicane in the middle of a track, and I'm just watching that, and I'm like, oh my god, there's also Roger Chen ahead of me. I have to watch on him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised you had time for all of that, considering how much you were stationary in the pit lane. But anyway, questions from Andy and Owen.
Yes, number many congratulations. A very eventful race, and it's one where, you know, we were talking throughout commentary about the kind of stop-start nature, given that we had so many safety cars. So, you know, how did you manage to just keep the momentum going, particularly as you were looking to make your way through the field? You know, how important was it to try and just keep focusing on the car in front and doing everything you could to move through the field?
Well, I think talking with teammates helped. I was all the time on the radio with Christian, Oni, Pentillo, and Fatal, and guys all the time shared information about the race, so you know what was happening. You were never bored because you also listened to information from the others. And well, it was just a point of making sure you were close to a car ahead of you and try to get a good exit to be as far away from the car behind you. But when you're not leading car, it's very tricky because leading car kind of lowers it on the exit of the hairpin, and you're stuck in the middle of the hairpin. You try to push the throttle, and then the cold rears just step out. But yeah, as the race went on, I got used to it. I draw like 2 laps with the setup I raced before the race, so it was a steep learning curve.
Yeah, we noticed you changed your setup just before the start of the race. So that would, I mean, would you do that again? I mean, it doesn't sound like it paid out as you wanted it to. But,
I mean, it was fun.
Okay.
It was fun. I don't think that my old setup would do any better. The top 3 were really in the class of their own, and alongside with guys like TJ and Gabber completely dominating the first half of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a shocker when TJ and his teammate crashed out of the race, unfortunately. But yeah, it's a shame to see they couldn't make it to the end, but it was still one of the most epic races to watch, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of concentration. It takes a lot of concentration, and Pedro was all the time in fights. I know that I had a quite long fight with him, and then he had fights with other people behind, and when you lap after lap, when you can't relax a bit, it kind of takes its toll. So it's not. I didn't watch the stream, so I don't know how it looks. But let me tell you, it's not easy to drive this track in this car at the pace that the top guys dictated it.
Absolutely. Well, on that, thank you very much, Number, for joining us in the commentary box. Go and take a rest. We're going to talk to your teammate, and yeah, thanks for putting on the event. I mean, yeah, you're involved in a little bit in the organisation of this, and of course, thanks for having us along for the stream.
Thank you.
Speak to you later. Number there, finishing P4, well deserved. Let's have a quick chat with Ayub El Hanouni. That was an up and down race. P7 in the end. How do you feel? That's a great result.
Yeah, it was a great result, and I really had fun driving the car. Also happy 13 years of Fox Friday. It's really a great championship, and a fun race from the start to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it must have been nice to, for want of a better phrase, finish the race. Sometimes your internet connection has other ideas. Great to see you able to finish, but also compete at the very front of this one, Abe. A great effort with you and your teammate, who gave you the car in pretty good shape.
He really did a great job to start the race and keep it safe. It was really a dangerous place to be in the midfield, like in the mid-pack. But he did really well and gave me the car like in the mid-race, in the good shape, and everything went as planned. Really happy with that.
Yeah, you should be. You were right up at the front as well. At one point, you were in P2. I think it was the highest place you got. But then things just unravelled a little bit around the safety cars. The restarts weren't ideal, and you got mugged a little bit. But still, a really good performance from yourself. You can be happy with that one for sure.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. And as you said, we were at some point. I was in P2. I was like, what the hell I am doing here? I couldn't believe myself, and then I just kept my head down, and I know that my pace wasn't great compared to the guys ahead and behind, so I just tried to keep it safe, and unfortunately I had a contact with Payson after the pit stop, but it doesn't matter at the end because of the safety car and stuff. I'm still very happy to finish the race.
Yeah, I'm sure you were. Great to have you in the box, Ayub, and congratulations on a great result. And we'll see you at some point in some of the coverage on our channel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. See you later, guys.
See you, Ayub. Have a good one. And, well, let's talk to Al Payson. He's the man behind the numbers, and he's been involved in Fragmaster's Fox Friday from pretty much the very beginning. Al Payson, welcome to the commentary box. Congrats on a great event and a good result for you. Tell us about your race.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, great. Excellent. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you guys for doing what you do. Really appreciate it. It's very enjoyable to. I had the race going on, the broadcast going on while I was racing, so it was a little behind me.
Concentrate?
Yeah. So anyway, my race was good up until 96.
Oh, that's not great, is it? I mean, 5 laps to go. Oh dear.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but I'm streaming it myself as well. So if you watch my stream, you'll see my reaction is pretty colorful.
You're a man with colourful reactions. That's who you are. You know, for better or worse. So,
yes, I like to be. I call it eloquent vulgarity.
Well, there we go. Keep the eloquent vocabulary off the airwaves for now, please.
Of course.
But it was a really successful race, it has to be said. You know, crazy idea to do Fox Endurance. You know, we were talking about on the broadcast, why aren't there more single-seater endurance races? And I think we found our answer, because 10 safety cars. Well, that's excessive, man.
Well, that's true, but I don't know that they needed to be as many as they were, for as long as they were. I don't know. It's a game. You can just make the guy disappear, and you can get on with the race. You can have the yellow flag, and be gone. So I don't know. So yeah, it is contentious, we'll say.
Okay, well, for better or worse in that respect, it was interesting, to say the least, to have NDR involved in this event for a change, and to bring that side of it. But you know, it was definitely enjoyable from our side. I hope the drivers felt the same in the end.
I definitely had a great time doing it. I mean, like I said, my race was good until 96. My strategy seemed to work out fine. The car felt good the whole time. I really didn't make any unforced errors, and I wish I could have stayed in 8th place, but no, it's
Right,
I guess 13 is fitting.
Yeah. And on that note, 13 years of being the stats keeper, if that's fair to say, for the series. It must be cool to see it carrying on into 2023, and you know, attracting a grid with this much talent and having a great event, and then putting it on for all the viewers as well.
It really is. I enjoy, you know, when guys keep coming back and they piling up points. I'm like, oh, he's doing really good. You know, PJ came out of nowhere. He used to race and he would finish in the 15th place, but now he's just every year, bam, 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 right up there. Podium. This guy's amazing.
Yeah, he really is. He really have a talent. I mean, it's funny because you obviously, when you're involved in the series for such a long time, you see these guys who appear on the scene, and you don't really think much of them. They kind of hang around the lower to mid grid, and then all of a sudden, there's a shift, and they're winning every week.
Yeah, everyone except me.
Okay, well, I some of us aren't as gifted. Just a disclaimer.
Yeah, I need to. If I had a little more time to spend with it, I'd probably be up there more often. But you know, gotta work, gotta live, gotta have a life. So.
We do indeed, and P13 isn't too bad on the 13th, as you said. So, you know, every cloud.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Finishing 13th for the 13th isn't that bad.
Right, it's very fitting, isn't it?
Very fitting,
especially
exactly.
The guy who does all the numbers.
Absolutely, the numbers man. Well, I hope you can continue being the numbers man for this series for a long time to come. It's always enjoyable to get involved in Fox Fridays when we can. So thank you very much, and we'll see you again soon, hopefully.
Thank you again for doing what you guys do. I really appreciate it. It's so much fun. It makes it so much more exciting, and I hope we get to do it more often with Fox Fridays.
Me too. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Have a good one. Let's chat finally to Mika Sarkkinen, fellow commentator. Mika, you had a quiet race until the very last moments.
Yeah, that was it was pretty good race of me. I mean, I started P25, and my goal was to keep at P25, but that, well, so many people just got DNF, so it was easy in the end.
You say it was easy, you still had to survive.
Yeah, true, but I mean, surviving was easy when you just took it careful enough. Well, of course it was unlucky in the end. I think that it was Alpecin that spun in the front of me, and well, I couldn't pass him from the right because there was no room, so I went from the left of him, and he was facing the left. And just before I was passing him, he just started going like forward, so we came together, and my car was kind of trashed there. So
yeah, we just
it was unlucky in the end.
Yeah, he said his race was going well until lap 94, or 96, I think he said. You have the same feeling, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. It's extra sad because in the end I had the pace like over Johnny SVK, and I would have overtaken him. But what can you do? Sometimes this happens.
Sometimes it happens. Racing is racing, I guess. Yeah, anything to say? I mean, yeah, it's been a fantastic event. I don't know how much you've been involved in Fox Fridays. I tend to see you in RTFR mostly, but
yeah, I've been a couple of times in Fox Fridays, I think, but this is my pretty much first endurance race, so I'm pretty happy with the result in the end.
Yeah, you've got to start somewhere, and finishing is a result in this sort of race,
yeah,
especially with
that's
the attrition.
A big win.
So good effort and well done.
Yeah, it was exciting experience to begin with. I mean, I liked it a lot with all the safety cars and stuff. It was kind of fun.
Great stuff. Well, we're going to wrap up here, I think. Any final thoughts from Owen first? Let's go for Owen.
Hi, Mika. Congratulations getting to the finish there. I suppose, yeah, was there any drivers that you were consistently battling, such as Pawlowski or sorry, who was it?
Yeah, well, we had
Johnny SVK.
Is there anyone that you
were happy to battle with during the race?
Yeah, we had to battle through the whole race. It was intense. It was nice, and it's sad that it ended this way, but it was a good battle.
Yeah, you might be able to battle with them again, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Cheers for that. Congrats.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers, Mika. Yeah, Andy, go for it.
Yeah, it's been an interesting race, for us to watch here in the commentary box. But I just wonder, for you out there on track, of all the great races you've had on Live for Speeds, how does this spectacle compare?
Well, usually, like Pete said, I'm driving the Ronnie's Tuesday Fun races, which are quite short. They're more like sprint races, so it's very much different for like endurance like this. But I mean, it's a very great change. It's fun to do this like time to time. Of course, this is a long race and so on. It takes like good dedication to participate in this, but I mean, I would be happy to do more of these if it's just possible.
Yeah, we love endurance racing, and Andy, you love endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's because it brings out all the interesting elements of motorsport, doesn't it? One lap pace, we all know the importance of it, but it's about that kind of that race management as well, and getting to the finish. And often when you get to the final stages of the race, that's when the opportunities, in an endurance event really come into play. And yeah, they're always very, very entertaining to watch, and even more entertaining to drive as well, of course.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mika, for joining us in the commentary box. We'll see you again for RTFR and RTFR XL in the commentary box, in fact.
Yeah, we will.
Have a great one.
Looking forward to it.
Brilliant. Good stuff. We're going to wrap up there, I think it's fair to say. Andy Alston, you dropped him for a treat for sure with that one.
Yes, well, if the first race is anything to go by, I'll be looking forward to watching lots more Live for Speed. It's a fantastic advert for the platform. Some really, really great action from start to finish, and the drivers out there all on a great show. So thoroughly enjoyable, and yes, I'm kind of looking forward to following the next event by the series with great interest.
I think it's fair to say, and I think Owen and Chris will back me up. Andy, you're very much invited back.
Yeah.
This is to go by. Everything to go by. Owen, how did you feel this one?
Well, the fact that I didn't need to leave, like I was able to stay the whole duration, I think that says it all, really, doesn't it?
It does a bit. I thought you were going to head off at some point,
yeah,
but this had you glued, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think I have the impetus to keep going. But yeah, I suppose everyone did a fabulous job, so I wanted to be a part of it. And here we are, nearly midnight Greenwich Mean Time. So yeah, well done to everybody. And yeah, not sure if I'll be able to do it that much more often.
No.
5-hour special, but yeah, so impressed with everyone, and I'm very grateful. Thanks a million.
Well, thanks a lot, Owen. This was a good one. Yeah, definitely a treat to be a part of a race like that, especially the way it unfolded. You wouldn't want to miss it, would you? I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, so thanks again to all of the drivers who took part. Of course, we couldn't do this without them. They put on the entertainment for us. New Dimension Racing, all of the people who were involved in the stewarding. There were a lot of them. It has to be said. I can't even remember everybody, so I won't read anybody. I'll just thank them as a group, the New Dimension Racing team, the race directors Jonathan Palmer and Provost, who kind of led that effort, and of course the Fragmasters team. Without them, we couldn't put this on. And their amazing 13, now beginning of their 14-year history as a team, putting on this event. In fact, I think the team's existed for longer than Fox Friday, of course. So the Fox Friday event series has existed for just over 13 years. What an amazing achievement, and great for them to be able to put on this event for us. I've been Peter Butcher in the commentary box alongside Owen Harmon. Andy Alston joined us from his usual iRacing routine to join us for this one. We also had Zdenek Sagash in the commentary box. We had him talking about the stewarding as well temporarily, and also Chris McElroy, who's been in the background feeding us all the information about the race, providing us with some cool replays. And it's been a good team effort again. It's been fun. We hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you all very much for watching. Please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel on Twitch or YouTube if you feel like doing that to see our upcoming broadcasts. And speaking of, we've been talking about it throughout the show, but I'd like to bring it to your attention just one final time. Coming up next on our channel on Sunday at 6 o'clock UTC, it's round 1 of the 2023 season of Master Racecast E-Challenge, the series that is inspired by Formula E, using the brand new E-Challenger Evo mod in Need for Speed, with some interesting twists this year. It will be one you do not want to miss. And there is still time, I believe, to sign up for that race if you fancy being on the other side of the camera. And yeah, that'll be on our channel at 6 o'clock UTC on Sunday. Also sponsored by NDR, organised by Master Race Car. Andy, Owen, thank you very much. Any final thoughts? Final thoughts before we wrap up?
No, I would just say thank you very much for everyone for tuning in. It's been some fabulous racing throughout, and a really well organised event, and thanks to everyone for taking part and making it as enjoyable as it was.
Yeah, simply put, wonderful effort, a lot of passion and desire to keep going even when the chips were down, and obviously some drivers hopefully they're not feeling too glum if they fail to make the finish, and hope to see them again soon.
I'm sure we will. It's been an incredible event. Congrats to Fragmasters, of course. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. And, well, 14th year has begun, and hopefully it will continue for a long time. From all of us at Sim Broadcasts, all of you, have a fabulous night, and we'll see you on the next one. Good night.